Chapter 1431. With one hand trapping the evil dominator, the West Earth Totem, the nine-headed heavenly dragon, Song Zanbu, Aride, and Zhong Ni, Qin Feng's other gaze landed on Taoist Empress was clone under the Tree of Life. Taoist Empress was expression changed drastically as three connate spiritual pearls appeared. They seemed to contain the profundities of heaven, earth, and man as they protected her with tricolored divine light. In the primeval universe, you have been suppressing me endlessly. If that's all, it's not too much for the sake of the great Tao. However, I will not forgive you for trying to assassinate me. A vast sword light swept out and knocked the three connate spiritual pearls away silently. The sword light landed on Taoist Empress was clone and killed her instantly. That terrifying power caused the all-heavens experts to gasp in shock. And you guys, Qin Feng's gaze landed on the four ancestor gods of West Earth. When the four ancestor gods of earth, water, wind, and fire saw Qin Feng's gaze, their souls almost left their bodies. Under that gaze, the four pinnacle ancestor gods felt like they couldn't move at all. They were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Damn it, you're underestimating us. At that moment, the evil dominator, the West Earth Totem, the nine-headed heavenly dragon, Song Zanbu, Aride, and Zhong Ni, who were being held tightly by chaos, saw that Qin Feng was only using one hand to deal with them. As the elites among the primeval gods, no one had ever dared to look down on them, not even the primeval sovereigns. The six of them were super experts that far surpassed the half-step golden immortal realm. 6 bursts of power erupted, instantly shattering the chaos cage formed by the giant hand. Qin Feng's expression didn't change. He was a supreme Tao ancestor after fusing with the connate creation great Tao. Under the great Tao, the profundities of creation could refine the earth, water, fire, and wind. It wasn't impossible for him to create a new world. Universal annihilation. Qin Feng pointed his finger, and 6 vast torrents flew out. Endless creation, divine light shone. It was as if the vast sky had suddenly been squeezed and compressed into a radius of less than a few meters. It was as if the world had turned into a furnace. Evil dominator, West Earth's totem, nine-headed heavenly dragon, Songzan Debu, Aride, and Zhong Ni were all powerful experts, but in front of this palm, they were like ants. His heaven-defying power and all his treasures seemed to have been refined by this magnificent divine light. The great Tao laws were completely suppressed, losing their effect. Amidst the enraged bellows, the evil lord, West Earth's totem, the nine-headed heavenly dragon, Songzan Debu, Aristide, and Zhong Ni's bodies were forcibly refined inch by inch. Their bodies seemed to be getting shorter and shorter. Faster, let's go. The 6 of them roared again and again, erupting with waves of divine, multicolored light. They wanted to break through that furnace-like cage, but it was to no avail. Qin Feng's expression was calm. Admittedly, the 6 of them were very powerful. Even an ordinary 16th-stage lord would have a headache if they encountered them. However, he was no ordinary overgod. His powers had already reached the 9th heavenly layer of apex after his unification. He was far more powerful than any of the 6 of them in the first place. And after his unification, he was even slightly more powerful than some veteran overgods. The 6 of them were about to be refined to death. At this moment, a stream of light flew down from the void. The void rippled, and a faintly discernible pitch-black stream of light appeared. A slender black-robed man with a body as black as iron appeared. This was an extremely terrifying expert with a domineering aura surrounding him. Boss, help us. Help us kill him. Seeing his appearance, the 3 great lords of the third realm, Songzan Debu, Aride, and Zhong Ni, were overjoyed. 3 idiots, the black figure shouted angrily. Songzan Debu, Aride, and Zhong Ni's expressions turned bitter. They did not dare to say anything. Fellow Taoist, can you let these 3 good-for-nothings go for the sake of this monarch's face? Qin Feng stopped refining the 6 of them and looked at the newcomer. Although the newcomer was not a Wushang Dao ancestor, he had a terrifying aura that was not inferior to a Tao ancestor's. There's also a strange power that was different from great paths, but not inferior to great paths, a refined heavenly Tao. Qin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Heavenly Tao was a deformed monster born from the great changes in the world. However, it was undeniable that these heavenly Tao monsters were not weak. They were comparable to 16th stage lords. Every refined heavenly Tao could control a portion of great path God rules. They were considered Tao ancestors in an incomplete state. When Qin Feng landed in the immemorial void great universe, he had heard that heavenly Tao had been born in the immemorial void great universe several times. Moreover, they had been killed by several great lords. Several of them had already mastered a portion of heavenly Tao God rules. Obviously, this was a super ancient expert in the immemorial void great universe. He was a terrifying expert who had refined a heavenly Tao. Such a super expert might be weaker than a Tao ancestor in terms of realm, but in terms of combat power, he was not inferior to a Wushang Tao ancestor. I've just entered this world. Although I'm an outsider, I can't go too far and attract the hostility of all the cultivators in the immemorial void great universe. Qin Feng said as he pondered in his heart, "Well, for your sake, I'll let this matter pass." With a wave of his sleeve, Song Zinabu, Aride, and Zhong Enai flew out. The black-robed man grabbed them and waved his sleeve. Song Zinabu, Aride, and Zhong Enai landed behind him. "Thank you, fellow cultivator." With a flash, a black light swept across Song Zinabu, Aride, and Zhong Enai. It enveloped the three of them and disappeared instantly. They flew into the depths of the great universe. Something strange. This doesn't seem like Old Chu's character. In the heaven realm, above Zhongzhou City, the purple-robed young man in the form of the purple gold divine dragon muttered. Based on Old Chu's character, he would kill anyone who touched his people regardless of whether they were in the right or wrong. Why is he so polite today? Could it be that his temper has been castrated after a few rounds in the reincarnation cycle? Castrated my ass. He's arrogant and overbearing, but he's not stupid. Only a small part of his original spirit has awakened. It's completely an empty shell. Most of his original spirit is still in the reincarnation cycle. He can't beat him at all. On the side, a five-colored phoenix flew up and glanced at the purple-robed young man. On the side, a heaven-rank expert frowned. If that's the case, why would the peerless emperor let Song Zhendabu, Aride, and Zhong Enai off so easily? This is the shrewdness of the peerless emperor. He has just broken through and is an extraterrestrial expert. If he forcibly dealt with Song Zhendabu, Aride, and Zhong Enai, the three emperors of the third realm, it would certainly intimidate a group of people. However, it would also attract the hostility of the experts of various realms. The little phoenix landed on the shoulder of the celestial phoenix maiden and looked at Chen Nan. "Chen Nan, do you want to save the evil dominator, the nine-headed heavenly dragon, and the Western Earth Ting too?" Chen Nan glanced at the little phoenix, the evil dominator, the nine-headed heavenly dragon, and the Western Earth Ting too. Although the Western Earth Ting too was evil in nature, they had once risked their lives to help the ancient gods destroy the strongest heavenly Tao. There's no hurry to save the three of them. Have you noticed something that we have been neglecting all this time? Chen Nan lowered his head, looked at the crowd, and said in a low voice, "Haven't you noticed that with the appearance of the seventh emperor of the ancient era, there seems to be one less place for us to break through?" In the void, after Chu Xiangyu left, Qin Feng casually sealed the remaining evil dominator, the nine-headed heavenly dragon, and the Western Earth Ting too, and disappeared in a flash. After advancing to the 16th level Tao ancestor, there were several consecutive battles. He needed to find a place to comprehend this completely unfamiliar, mysterious domain. Chapter 1432. Chen Nan, did you discover something? Little Phoenix, Baby Dragon, Hidden Dragon, and the others looked at Chen Nan with a trace of shock. It was as if a light had appeared in his mind. The stronger seven absolute fairy, Celestial Phoenix Maiden, Demon Master, Heavenly Demon, and the others seemed to have sensed something. They had touched upon an unknown truth in the depths of heaven and earth. Chunnan frowned, his expression changed, and he smiled bitterly. I've always thought that these extraterrestrial experts came to our great world to plunder resources. Until just now, when I saw that expert breakthrough with my own eyes, I realized that we were wrong. We've always been wrong, and very wrong. Chunnan, you noticed it too? Suddenly, there seemed to be several wills descending from the void, and a sigh seemed to come from the end of the long river of time. Time Master God, old tyrant Xuanzong, Nangongxian and that old fart? That golden chubby little dragon's eyes widened, staring at the several experts who had suddenly appeared above Central Continent City, emitting the terrifying aura of an ancient monarch. Mighty and virtuous, I didn't expect you to be like this. Among the several figures, the leader of the group was a smiling old man. He grabbed the little dragon's fat body and gave it a good rub. Omami Tofu, you wretched old man, let go of me. The dragon struggled with all his might. At this moment, several fragrant winds appeared, and two graceful and exquisite figures appeared. Moon Goddess Duguxiaoya. Seeing the two goddesses appear, a portion of the heaven rank experts on Zhongzhou City hurriedly bowed. These two were not only the most terrifying heaven-defying kings, but they also had a terrifying identity. They were the wife and daughter of the primordial taboo king, Dugu Baitian. Senior Moon Goddess, Xiaoya. Chunnan was a little embarrassed. Seeing the expression on Chunnan's face, many primordial gods' faces were slightly mischievous. The Dugu family's relationship was a little messy. Everyone knew that the primordial taboo god, Dugu Baitian, was an undefeated genius, and many goddesses had entanglements with him. Whether it was the primordial era's #1 goddess, Moon Goddess, or the #1 witch Xian, they were all captured by him. After so many years, the relationship between the #1 goddess and the #1, which could be said to be subtle. Obviously, the witch should be suppressed by the #1 goddess. Dugu Baitian had 4 children. Heavenly demon, Dugu Xiaoya, Dugu Xiaobai, Dugu Xiaoxian. Among them, the heavenly demon and Dugu Xiaoya were born from the moon god. Sorceress Xian also gave birth to 2 children for the ancient taboo emperor Dugu Baitian, a son and a daughter. They were Dugu Xiaobai and Dugu Xiaoxian. Among them, Dugu Xiaoxian had been almost destroyed in the ancient war before the strongest heavenly Tao was destroyed. In the end, she was revived for Chunnan. In his previous life, Chunnan was Dugu Xiaobai, the son of Dugu Baitian. The moon goddess smiled faintly, as if she didn't see the awkwardness on Chunnan's face. Chunnan, tell me all your guesses. Hearing this, Chunnan let out a sigh of relief. There is one thing that all of us should know. The 6 archaic sovereigns have encountered a peerless enemy and are currently engaged in a fierce battle with this enemy in outer space. Yes, we all know this. Those are the 6 ancient monarchs from beyond the heavens. Their strength surpasses even Dugu and Ancestor Chun. The moon goddess looked solemn. The others, such as the old tyrant, Silver Dragon Gallus' father, the purple gold divine dragon's father-in-law, the ancestral god of lust Nangong Xian and the current Buddhist ancestor of the 5th realm, Xuanzong, all nodded. They were all aware of these secrets. The situation was very grim for the archaic void universe. Chunnan continued. Actually, I had some guesses about that after meeting the 6 ancient monarchs from beyond the heavens. However, this guess was only completely clear after seeing that expert breakthrough. Chunnan smiled bitterly. In the end, if we have to blame something, we have to blame the fact that our archaic void universe doesn't have a complete inheritance beyond the heaven-defying level. Ancestor Chun, Father, Ghost Lord, Demon Lord, and Human King were able to break through completely by coincidence. Coincidentally, when the heavenly Tao was destroyed and reformed, they grasped the momentary spiritual light of the destruction of the heavenly Tao and broke through. The space-time great god said, "That's right. They have been reincarnating between the heavens and earth all these years. It wasn't until 1,000 years ago that they returned from the heavens and earth one after another. They didn't even have time to summarize and pass down their experience of breaking through. Then they were attacked by the experts from beyond the heavens. They were indeed fated to be like this. Elder Dong Hai sighed. He was also one of the archaic gods. Like Demon Lord and Duga Baitian, he was also an ancient expert. Back then, they had created the little six Tao. However, watching the others break through while he was still shackled and stuck in a bottleneck was not a good feeling. Chunnan nodded slightly. He looked a little depressed. The others had returned after the destruction of the heavenly Tao. However, he was different. Over the years, he had controlled the heavenly Tao and tried many methods to break through the bottleneck. However, although the many methods allowed him to break through the limit again and again, he felt that he was getting further and further away from the archaic monarch realm. Back then, before the destruction of the heavenly Tao, he had just broken through to the heaven-defying level. In terms of foundation, he was not comparable to the 6 ancient experts at the heaven-defying level. Otherwise, he might have become the 7th peerless monarch in the heavens and earth. Seeing this, the 7 absolute fairies stepped forward and held one of Chunnan's hands. Feeling the softness of her hands, Chunnan's mood improved. His expression changed slightly, and he looked around at the primeval gods and said, "In fact, the realms after the heaven-defying level are already clear. Just like how that expert broke through, you should choose a great Tao to fuse with or refine directly to break through. However, at our level, we know that there are only a few great Taos in the heavens and earth, especially the 49 great Taos at the top. That means that there can only be 49 monarchs in the heavens and earth, or the Tao ancestors that the extraterritorial experts speak of. Now, there are already 7 Tao ancestors in the heavens and earth. Each great Tao can only have 1 Tao ancestor, so there are only 42 positions left." 42 positions? Many of the experts' faces changed. 42 positions seemed to be a lot, but in fact, it was not enough. One had to know that before the archaic heavenly Tao was destroyed, there were many old antiques that remained. There were also those ancestor gods who had completed their breakthroughs in the past few years. Once they saw through the mystery, they would definitely rush to fuse with or refine a great Tao to become a supreme Tao ancestor. However, when they thought of some juniors rushing to fuse with the Tao and riding on their heads, many archaic monarchs could not help but feel a chill run down their spines. In addition to those juniors, there were also the extraterritorial experts. The extraterritorial experts' purpose in coming to the archaic void great cosmos was very clear. They probably came to the archaic void great cosmos because their own great cosmos had run out of options. Chapter 1433. Since we understand, we have to go back and prepare immediately. Goodbye. The group of primordial gods felt so pressured that they almost couldn't breathe properly. After Chunnan confirmed their guesses, they immediately returned to their lairs and prepared to be the first to reach Tao integration. The space-time god, Nangong Xian Devil Master, Great Demon, and Hidden Dragon all returned to the Demon Master Palace to comprehend the mysteries of the Great Tao and break through as soon as possible. The Heavenly Demon, Old Tyrant, Xuanzong, and the others also left in a hurry. Only the Moon Goddess, Dugu Xiaoya, 7 Absolute Fairy, Dragon Baby, Little Phoenix, and the others were left. Looking at the people who were still there, they looked at each other. Chunnan smiled helplessly. "It seems like you all already know what I want to do. Let's go and pay a visit to the 7th king." Everyone smiled. Sharpening a knife wouldn't delay the work of cutting wood. If they could obtain a part of the method of breaking through from the 7th king, they would undoubtedly be one step ahead. At least, it seemed like the method of breaking through from the outer realm was much more moderate than the method of breaking through from the outer realm. The heaven and earth continent was vast. Although many countries had been born in the center, they were only evolved from a portion of the living beings from the previous era. Whether it was the east or the west, there were endless territories outside of the wilderness. That place was filled with violent chaos energy. Countless ferocious beasts and terrifying evil creatures lived there. There was also connate primordial origin chi that destroyed everything. Other than the vast wilderness, there were actually many pieces of land floating in the chaos and primordial origin chi. After Qin Feng attained the Tao, it was in the human world. On a mountain that belonged to the wilderness but was close to the state of Qin, he opened up the human world Tao field. Amidst the hazy chaos Yuan Qi, a faint spirit light shone. An aura that belonged to the great Tao rotated slowly, wearing down the innate chaos Yuan Qi and the extremely precious innate primordial chaos Yuan Qi. The Fortune Divine Peak. There were immortal peaks and steep ridges. Boreal grass and lingji mushrooms grew on the ground. The roots were connected to the earth, and the peak was connected to the sky. There were green pines and green willows, purple chrysanthemums and red plum blossoms. There were green peaches and ginkgos, beasts and foxes that listened to the teachings. Bears tore their tails, leopards danced, and apes cried. Dragons and tigers roared, phoenixes and luans flew. The rhinoceros gazed at the moon, and the seahorse neighed. Strange birds are ever-changing. Immortal birds are rare in the world. Strange pines and ancient cypresses, precious trees reflect oil embankments. The red sun is near the mountains, the stream is wide, and the water is low. Secluded Wonderland Courtyard. The scenery was even better than the Jade Lake. At the center of the Divine Peak, a Taoist palace had been erected amidst the lush green willows. Green Lotus Palace. A young Taoist's face was expressionless. He was neither good nor evil, neither right nor wrong, neither gratitude nor resentment, neither joy nor sorrow. He just sat there silently with a cloud above his head. Within the cloud, there was a jade-green seed. The vast cloud greedily absorbed the incomparably rich innate chaos energy and innate primordial chaos energy, filling up the green seed even more. That was the grade 12 green lotus of fortune that had been destroyed by the combined efforts of the 6 sovereign kings. Its origin had already been reborn into a seed. At this moment, the green lotus Tao ancestor was nurturing it, absorbing the mother of all creation's innate chaos Yuan Qi and innate primordial Yuan Qi. It had undergone a nirvana and seemed to have completed an evolution. There was actually a wisp of innate creation, nascent embryo nurturing within it. This Tao ancestor sat cross-legged with a sheathless longsword on his knees. The sword seemed to be condensed from the innate destruction origin that could destroy all things. It was being refined and nurtured by the Tao ancestor. Suddenly, the young Taoist opened his eyes. A wisp of crystal clear divine light flowed slowly in his eyes. The Tao ancestor realm is really mysterious and unusual. He sighed softly. Qin Feng was a little addicted to the mysterious and abstruse realm. A grade 16 sovereign god. Although the Tao ancestor realm was only half a step away from a half-step golden immortal, with the power he controlled now, he could easily annihilate thousands of his previous self. After reaching the Tao ancestor realm, the next step is to perfectly control the great Tao that one has merged with. His expression changed slightly. Above his head, a crystal-clear jade-green lotus flower that seemed to contain the birth of all things and the mystery of creation bloomed. It floated in the cloud above his head. It was a grade 6 lotus. In addition, there were 2 other hazy and shapeless lotus flowers swaying in the air, merging with Tao to form the 3 flowers. Those were the 3 flowers that represented the golden immortal Tao. Forming a lotus flower represented merging with a great Tao. The jade-green grade 6 lotus represented the innate creation great Tao of this realm. The grade 6 lotus represented the degree of Qin Feng's mastery of this great Tao. Perfection was grade 9. In fact, most Tao ancestors who had just merged with Tao would only have grade 3 lotus. Some with deeper foundations would only have grade 4 lotus. It was rare for them to have grade 5 lotus. Qin Feng's grade 6 lotus was far superior to many Tao ancestors who had just merged with Tao. He did have such foundations. He controlled the creator space, traversed many worlds, and comprehended the divine laws of the myriad worlds. Once the first grade 9 lotus was perfected, Qin Feng could begin merging with the second Tao seed and enter the 17th grade chaos sovereign god realm. In Qin Feng's opinion, perfecting the innate creation great Tao was not difficult. He believed that he would be able to achieve it soon. However, merging with the opposite Tao seed would be a little difficult. This realm also had 4 innate Taos. Currently, there were 7 Tao ancestors. They were his own innate creation Tao ancestor, Human King innate sacred virtue Tao ancestor, Ghost Lord innate nirvana Tao ancestor, Demon Lord innate massacre Tao ancestor, innate fate destruction Tao ancestor, innate strength Tao ancestor Qinzhan, and innate chaos Tao ancestor Dugabatian. Qin Feng controlled innate creation. The opposite Tao seeds he could merge with were the innate termination Tao seeds of slaughter, destruction, freezing, and nirvana. They could also be innate yin and yang. It seemed like there were many choices. However, Qin Feng could clearly see that he had no choice. In this realm, there were too many pinnacle super great lords. After witnessing his Tao integration, he believed that with the wisdom of those super great lords, they would quickly summarize the Tao integration dermic formulation. Soon, new Tao ancestors would be born, and it would not be just 1, but 2. And if he wanted to merge with the opposite Tao seed, he first had to perfect grade 9 innate creation before he could consider Tao integration. Merging with the opposite Tao seed again was not as easy as achieving the Tao. He had to deduce the true legacy cultivation technique of the opposite great Tao seed again. In addition, he had to accumulate all over again. Without hundreds of thousands of years, or even millions of years of accumulation, it was not scary at all. Even though Qin Feng had the Master God space to rely on at least 10,000 years ago, it would not have been possible. However, Qin Feng was not disheartened. He already had a way out. The Spirit Sea realm had already advanced to the Spirit Sea Void Great Cosmos. As long as he firmly controlled the Spirit Sea Void Great Cosmos, it would not be impossible for him to advance to grade 17. Even if this realm's plan did not succeed, he could still change to another option. What he had to do now was to comprehend the myriad world god laws as soon as possible. Only by comprehending the myriad world god laws could the Tao ancestors of this void great cosmos leave the great cosmos and enter other great cosmoses. The Spirit Sea realm was about to advance. Personally witnessing a great cosmos advance to a void great cosmos was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If he could witness this scene with his own eyes, it would definitely be the greatest resource for him to advance to perfect grade 9 in a short time. Chapter 1434. What was the myriad universe divine law? It was a part of the universal great Tao rules. The great Tao rules of every void great cosmos were unique, but there was a part that was universal. This part of the universal myriad universe divine law was spread throughout the endless chaotic void. Ordinary Tao ancestors couldn't leave their void great cosmos when they had just reached Tao unification. Only those who had condensed the myriad universe divine law could walk out of their void great cosmos and not fall from the position of Tao ancestor. This wasn't an easy task. Many Tao ancestors hadn't comprehended the myriad universe divine law for tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years. However, to Qin Feng, this matter was not difficult at all. He had the creator space, which had the ability to cut through and deduce the myriad universe divine law. In addition, Qin Feng had several divine clones before he had attained Tao. He wasn't like ordinary Tao ancestors who were restricted by heaven and earth and couldn't leave the void great cosmos to comprehend the myriad universe divine law. They could only use the stupid method of spirit clone reincarnating. To a certain extent, the origin divine world was ahead of the primitive great cosmos in this aspect. Qin Feng's auspicious cloud spread out and slowly merged with the creator space. Above the 6th grade lotus, there was a huge illusory world that merged with the lotus. The creator space had changed greatly after Qin Feng had attained Tao. Like Qin Feng, It seemed to have undergone a baptism of the great Tao. Now it was slowly giving birth to innate chaos yuan qi. In the huge, overgod void, countless innate life forms were born, absorbing the innate chaos yuan qi to strengthen themselves. In terms of power, when Qin Feng had successfully reached Tao unification, it had already crossed the threshold of the chaos-level creator space and possessed part of the power of the chaos-level creator space. As the lotus merged with the creator space, it greedily comprehended the mysteries of the chaos-level creator space. At the same time, it used the creator space to capture the special rules of the myriad universe divine law. The lotus's aura was changing visibly above his primordial spirit cloud. It was as if the illusory world of the myriad universe divine law was revolving and gradually integrated. The emerald lotus was transforming into a gray void. This change was very obvious. Strands of gray divine light had already begun to appear on the jade-green lotus flower. He believed that it would not be long before it completely transformed into the myriad world god laws. Wushuang Tao ancestor practiced Tao techniques and comprehended the mysteries. Rolling clear qi permeated the Tao palace and evolved into green lotuses that swayed in the wind. Purple mist rose, neon lights rolled, rainbows hung in the sky, and celestial music floated in the air. In the mountains, some white deers, white cranes, spirit beasts, and fairies closed their eyes to comprehend this rare opportunity. Suddenly, Qin Feng's expression changed. He raised his head and looked outside the mountain. Looking around, Qin Feng realized that he seemed to be the only one in this training hall. He didn't even have a disciple who was worth mentioning. At this moment, a clear voice came from outside the mountain. Tao ancestor creation, Chun Nan is here to pay a visit. I hope that Tao ancestor creation will grant me an audience. That was fast. Qin Feng smiled when he heard the voice. Qin Feng flicked his sleeve. In the mountain, the thick clouds retreated, and a path extended outside the mountain. Outside the mountain, a stream of light flew out from the void. Esteemed guest, your presence brings light to my humble abode. What a treasured land full of immortal aura. This Tao ancestor is also a refined person. Chun Nan's eyes lit up. He saw that the mountain was dotted with orchids and green plants, beautiful purple and red, full of vitality. It could be seen from this that the creation Tao ancestor who lived here wasn't a ferocious and evil person. A moment later, he arrived at the mountainside. Surrounded by pine trees and green willows, there was a Taoist palace outside. Walking through the palace gate, he saw the Tao ancestor creation sitting silently. Clouds appeared above his head, and a lotus floated in the clouds. Above the lotus, there seemed to be a boundless world. That huge world seemed to be able to stop the movement of the sun, moon, and galaxy. It was the geographical network of mountains and rivers, suppressing chaos and primordial chaos. Fellow Chun Nan, why aren't you in the Heaven Realm's central continent city, comprehending the mysteries of the great Tao? What brings you to my Green Lotus Fortune Palace today? Qin Feng glanced at Chun Nan, smiled faintly, and pointed at him. In the main hall, clouds rose and turned into a cloud bed opposite him, sitting on the same level as him. Tao ancestor, you don't beat around the bush in front of famous people. You must be an extraterrestrial, right? Chun Nan did not sit down immediately. His expression was indifferent. Someone like a Tao ancestor should be an important figure in the extraterrestrial, right? Qin Feng smiled faintly. Brother Chun Nan, you think too highly of me. In the untainted great cosmos, there are dozens of Tao ancestors like me. A connate Tao ancestor like me, who has just attained Tao, is at most a junior. These extraterrestrial experts did not enter the wilderness great universe, so they would never know how powerful the wilderness great universe was. A realm like the primordial world was probably ranked in the top 10 among the many realms in the 33 heavens. However, if fellow Taoist Chun Nan has any thoughts about the primordial great cosmos, I may be able to convey them on your behalf. Although the Buddhist sect may not be considered the most powerful force in the primordial great cosmos, we can still speak for the Tao ancestor. Sir, please don't misunderstand. I'm not here on behalf of anyone. I just want to make a personal deal with the Tao ancestor. Chen Nin waved his hand. However, he was still a little shocked. Dozens of Tao ancestors. The wilderness great universe that was invading was really terrifying. Qin Feng did not think much of it. In fact, he already had some guesses about Chen Nan's purpose for coming. I wonder what kind of deal Taoist Chen Nan wants to make with me. I want your wilderness great universe's Tao attainment mystic technique. Chen Nan's eyes flickered as he looked straight at Qin Feng. Sure. To Chen Nan's surprise, Qin Feng agreed right away. Are you not going to consider it? Chen Nan's expression froze as he looked at Qin Feng in astonishment. This was really beyond his expectations. In his opinion, the Tao attainment mystic technique was invaluable no matter where it was. It had an extraordinarily important meaning. No one could easily obtain it. I don't need to think about it. Qin Feng smiled faintly as a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. Indeed, the Tao attainment mystic technique was extremely precious no matter where it was. However, in Qin Feng's opinion, the primordial void great universe's experts and superlords would deduce it sooner or later after witnessing his Tao attainment mystic technique. It was just a matter of time. At the very least, he might be able to make an exchange with those extraterrestrial experts. Although Qin Feng smiled in his heart, he changed the topic. However, I can give you the wilderness great universe's Tao attainment mystic technique, but I have a condition. Chapter 1435. In the primordial void universe, in an unknown land of chaos, pure chaos was everywhere. There were no signs of life, and it was filled with boundless chaos storms. It was rather terrifying, but strangely, deep in the chaos storms, there were islands made of fragments of chaos and primordial chaos. There were palaces everywhere, and they faintly emitted a terrifying aura. In the middle of this land, where the heavenly secrets were in chaos, there was a gigantic Tao palace. In the chaos heavens, when Qin Feng successfully validated his Tao, in the central Tao palace, a stern-looking middle-aged man in azure-colored clothes had a gloomy expression. How is it, Chaos King? Did you figure out anything? By the side, there were 10 gigantic thrones. Among them, there were several thrones with chaos auras floating. This was the primordial void universe, the territory of the remnant races of chaos. Before the heavenly Tao's major calamity, Dugu Baitian, Fiend Lord, Ancestor Chun, Ghoul Lord, Human King, and other heaven conquerors had wiped out all the remnant races of chaos that attempted to protect the heavenly Tao. Most of them were sacrificed to the heaven conquerors. But with the heavenly Tao's reorganization, the primordial void universe gave birth to a new world. While Chun Nan used the new heavenly Tao to revive Dugu Baitian, Fiend Lord, Ghoul Lord, Ancestor Chun, Human King, and company, the remnant races of chaos were also secretly reforming their marks and reincarnating. It was especially so for the 10 strongest chaos nobles of the remnant races of chaos. A few of them had already returned to their peak strength. It was especially so for the strongest Chaos King. By coincidence, he had devoured the azure sky mark that revived him. His strength far exceeded that of the typical chaos nobles. His strength was in no way weaker than some pinnacle superlords. In fact, in ancient times, the Chaos King was the strongest existence of the remnant races of chaos. He was in no way inferior to Dugu Baitian, Fiend Lord, or Ancestor Chun. He once had immense ambitions, even wanting to form his own chaos heavens. He would represent the original heavenly Tao and be the controller of the primordial void universe. At that moment, King Yu Luo, King Many-Eyed, and King of Darkness had returned from their thrones. Although the 3 kings had returned, they had clearly lost their chaos fiend bodies of the remnant races of chaos. They had reincarnated as humans. The 3 chaos marquises were still troubled by this point. Amongst those present, even the king of chaos himself had completely lost the indestructible chaos body unique to the remnant of chaos. The techniques of those xenorace experts are indeed abnormally profound. It won't be long before I'll be able to break through. The king of chaos had an indifferent look on his face. His aura was noble, as if he was shrouded in chaotic chi. He was like the supreme ruler of the heavenly Tao. That would be for the best. If His Highness the King of Chaos can prove his Tao, the forgotten tribes of chaos would have a backer. Even if the 6 primordial sovereigns return, we would be able to walk out of this place without fear of being suppressed by the primordial gods. The 3 chaos nobles were overjoyed. In fact, they might even make a comeback and become the supreme race of the ancient era. Then, his eyes were filled with hatred. How dare the lowly ancient gods steal the primordial void universe from us, the lost tribes of chaos? One day we, the noble lost tribes of chaos, will take it back and drive those lowly ancient gods back to hell. At this moment, in another chaotic dark world, a vast primordial chaos filled the air. This ancient land was located in the depths of a universe. Those huge stars were like islands in the chaos sea. On one of the huge stars, there was a magnificent palace. There were green mountains and clear waters, huge lakes and clusters of flowers. There were countless spiritual roots and spiritual beasts. The scene was like a heavenly palace. The palace was located on a huge spiritual vein. It was a chaos spiritual vein, a huge spiritual vein that was superior to God-level spiritual veins. It exuded connate chaotic chi. Even a master god would drool at the sight of such a chaos spiritual vein and would not be able to resist taking action. The ancient palace exuded an ancient aura, but it did not appear to be in decline or dilapidated due to the erosion of time. Instead, it still exuded an immortal radiance. At this moment, an expert with a sharp face and starry eyes opened his eyes in the palace. A merciless aura flowed around him, as if he was the merciless heavenly Tao that regarded all beings as ants. He witnessed Qin Feng's unification with his own eyes. Countless sparkling lights flickered in his eyes. As the lights collided, an aura gradually emerged from his body. He was like a Taoist expert, transforming into a half-step golden immortal of the primordial void universe. At the same time, an aura of the great Tao gradually emerged. At this moment, there was a black-covered heavenly book on his knees, record of sages unruffled. In the endless starry sky, there were 2 stars that were the leaders of the billions of stars in the universe. They were the Sun Star and the Moon Star. The Moon Star had always been the territory of the Chun family of the immemorial void universe. In this universe, the Chun family was without a doubt the most powerful family. The Chun family produced many experts in every generation. Among the 6 Archean kings, the Chun family had 2, Ancestor Chun and Chun Zhan. Every one of the 8 souls of the Chun family was extremely talented, especially the 10th generation that produced Chun Nan, a terrifying existence who controlled the heavenly Tao. When Qin Feng was unification, there were also a few gazes on the Moon Star that were watching the changes in the depths of the immemorial void universe. At the same time, they were also working together to deduce. They were the 8 souls of the Chun family, the 8 ancestors of the Chun family. The aura of the 8 ancestors was not inferior to some of the ancient kings. In addition to these 8 progenitors, there were also 8 extraordinary women. These 8 extraordinary women were the wives of the 8 souls of the Chun clan. Each of them was an ancient, extraordinary woman with outstanding talent. At this moment, a few of them had reached the level of some of the top immemorial gods. At the moment when Qin Feng was unification, many of the immemorial gods' auras were tainted with a trace of the great Tao aura. They were already on the verge of unification. The breakthrough method of the primitive universe is indeed mysterious. In the Green Lotus Palace, Chun Nan's face flickered with a sigh. He flipped through the strands of information in his mind. He could not hide the trace of joy in his eyes. After completing the transaction and getting what he wanted, Chun Nan did not delay. After half a day, he left Green Lotus Peak with the evil dominator, Shi Tu Tong Tu, and the 9-headed heavenly dragon. In fact, the conditions of Tao ancestor fate creation were unexpectedly simple. It was just a genuine cultivation technique of the immemorial void universe's major sections. This kind of thing was extremely precious to any sect, but to Chun Nan, it just so happened that he didn't lack this kind of cultivation method. Before the heavenly Tao was destroyed, he was a famous thief. He and the little dragon had robbed most of the sects, so he didn't lack any cultivation method. These cultivation techniques were of little value to Chun Nan, but they were of great value to Qin Feng. Above the mountain peak, clouds and mist lingered. Qin Feng's eyes were filled with a trace of smile. The attacking techniques of this world were extremely fierce. Qin Feng had seen it and was already envious. This time, he finally got what he wanted. If he could fuse the cultivation techniques of this world and create his own ultimate technique, not only would his cultivation level rise, his battle prowess would also increase. At the same time, the unique skill of this world also contained the essence of the rules of the immemorial void universe. It would be of great help to him in condensing the myriad universe's divine rules. After watching Chun Nan leave, Qin Feng was ready to return to the Tao Palace and cultivate in seclusion to comprehend the various cultivation techniques and unique skills, as well as the myriad universe's divine rules. At this moment, a huge phenomenon suddenly erupted between heaven and earth. In the next moment, the myriad universe trembled violently and resonated with the great Tao. Chapter 1436. Someone is trying to reach Tao integration so soon? Turning around, Qin Feng looked into the sky, unable to hide his surprise. Who is it who is trying to break through? In the second realm, in a huge space-time layer, this was a dangerous place where countless space-time flows in reverse. It was extremely chaotic. Space-time God was surprised. He had just returned to his lair from the heaven realm. Could it be a powerhouse from outside? Space-time God frowned. In his impression, the native powerhouses of the void great cosmos had just found their way. It should be impossible for them to reach Tao validation in such a short time. Who is it? Is another powerhouse from outside starting to break through? Beyond the heavens, in the primal chaos, within Chaos Divine Palace, the King of Chaos opened his god eyes. His sharp gaze swept over the entire void cosmos, as if he wanted to find where the phenomena were erupting. Not only him, but several other King of Chaos also had cold gazes. It was fine if the first powerhouse to break through was an outsider. They didn't understand what this meant, and were taken advantage of by Tao ancestor creation. Now, they absolutely couldn't allow any outsider to break through to the Tao ancestor or monarch realm. We can't let them succeed in Tao integration. Terrifying, invisible, killing intent filled the Chaos Divine Palace. It seemed to disperse the aura of chaos that hadn't dissipated for billions of years. Is someone trying to reach Tao validation again? In the human realm, many experts from outside hiding in various countries or in the depths of the wilderness all had different expressions. Some were gloomy, some were gritting their teeth, and some were furious. Qin Feng's sudden Tao validation had already made many of them burn with anger. But now, someone was trying to reach Tao integration again. This was simply a headache for them. One had to know that there were only a limited number of innate Taos in the world. Every additional Tao ancestor meant that those who came later would have less chances. On Green Lotus Peak, Qin Feng carefully comprehended the great Tao of the myriad worlds. The three flowers revolved and merged with Tao. It seems like someone is merging with the innate great Tao. After the great Tao of the myriad worlds shook, there was a grand and solemn chant that seemed to be both life and death, withered and flourishing. Then in all the worlds, trillions of greater worlds and countless lesser worlds, the stars in the sky seemed to shift, and the Big Dipper was exceptionally bright. Vaguely, the 9 underworlds appeared. A yellow spring with no beginning and no end swept out from the depths of the endless darkness. The terrifying aura of life and death entangled with each other. It was as if billions of living beings, all sentient beings, were submitting to the yellow spring. The Tao integration stage phenomenon. Life and death cycle. 9 underworlds open. The innate Tao of life and death. At this moment, Qin Feng opened his eyes, and a look of surprise flickered in them. The innate Tao of life and death was one of the innate Tao of death and innate nirvana. It was an extremely important connate Tao. It's that old man. On the lunar star, the 8 souls of the Chun family spoke in unison. Qin Clan's old 8 said with a smile, "I really didn't expect that old fellow to see through the mystery so quickly and comprehend the Tao validation method." The second ancestor of the Chun family said, "He's one of the oldest primordial gods in the world after all. In terms of seniority, he's even above Dugu Baitian. All in all, we might not agree to it if it were anyone else, but this senior is a great help to us. It would be best if he could reach the Tao integration stage. That's how it should be. This time, we can't let anyone disturb that senior's breakthrough." The expressions of the 8 souls of the Chun family changed, and a hint of murderous intent gradually appeared. In the endless chaos in the Taishang Tao Palace, Taishang's expression was cold as he sensed the source of the Tao tremor. A trace of bone-chilling, killing intent flashed past. Innate Tao of death, it's that old fart. He's the first to reach that level. He stood up, and his gaze followed the source of the Tao tremor to the eastern lands of the mortal world, the shore of the East Sea. However, he forced himself to suppress the killing intent in the next moment. His identity couldn't be exposed yet, at least not before he attained the Tao. It's the old man of the East Sea. He's broken through. On Zhongzhou City, the immortals and gods of the heaven realm were surprised and overjoyed when they saw the huge Tao integration phenomenon and sensed the extremely familiar aura. Little Phoenix pouted. "I didn't expect that old fart to be the first to break through." Chen Nan, who had just returned to Zhongzhou City, exchanged a look with the 7 absolute fairy beside him. His eyes were also filled with surprise. How unexpected! Silver Dragon Jellies couldn't help but exclaim, "This isn't strange. Senior East Sea is the most ancient existence in the world. When he attained the Tao, he was even before the 6 primordial kings. His foundation is peerless since ancient times." Chen Nan said with a smile. There was one more thing he didn't say. That old man of the East Sea was actually the supreme treasure of the 6 paths, the millstone of life and death. It contained the innate mysteries of life and death. His cultivation was originally higher than many primordial gods and was hovering on the verge of attaining the Tao. Even without the impact of Tao ancestor creation's Tao integration, with that old man's cultivation, attaining the Tao was only a matter of 1,000 years. Innate Tao of death. After witnessing the huge Tao integration phenomenon, several of the extraterrestrial experts had extremely ugly expressions. Some of them had gloomy expressions and wry smiles. Among them was the Jade Pure Palace's Tao ancestor East Pole. Everyone knew that the great East Tao ancestor had attained the Tao through connate life and death. He controlled the 10 worlds of salvation. 10 of his avatars had descended into the netherworld and controlled the cycle of reincarnation. They were the Heavenly Lord Jade, Treasure Emperor of the East, the Heavenly Lord Profound, True Myriad Blessings of the South, the Heavenly Lord Extreme Wondrous of the West, the Heavenly Lord Xuanshang of the North, the Heavenly Lord Yuchen of the North, the Heavenly Lord Immortal Dew of the Northeast, the Heavenly Lord Hao Sheng of the Southeast, the Heavenly Lord Great Spirit Void of the Southwest, the Heavenly Lord Immeasurable Tai Hua of the Northwest, the Heavenly Lord Jade Mirage of the Upper Heavenly Lord, and the Heavenly Lord True Divine Cave of the Lower Heavenly Lord. The numinous treasure transforms into the 10 directions body, immeasurably saves the celestial from suffering. The Tao ancestor East Pole had just attained the Tao integration and didn't have the ability to attain the opposite Tao seed. He descended into the primordial void universe with the goal of controlling innate Tao of life and death again. Apart from the Tao ancestor East Pole, the future Buddha had the most helpless expression. That was Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was also the future Buddha of the innate Tao of life and death. However, in the chaos great universe, the innate Tao of life and death had been occupied by the Green Splendor Emperor of the East Pole, who was also the Tai 10 Directions world of salvation. He had never been able to attain the Tao integration. Moreover, he had made a great vow that he wouldn't become a Buddha until hell was empty. He had been hovering on the verge of attaining the Tao integration and was firmly suppressed by the Tao ancestor East Pole. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva had entered the immemorial void great universe and also had high hopes for the immemorial void great universe. He had never thought that someone would be the first to attain the Tao integration. Fortunately, it's only innate Tao of death. At the same time, the remaining extraterrestrial experts couldn't help but feel relieved. Chapter 1437. There were also some who looked regretful. For example, Tao ancestor Hutu was a perfected Khanate in virtue great Tao. She was an ancient Tao ancestor from the primordial era who had attained the Tao. She had always chosen the Khanate life and death Tao seed as the opposite Tao seed. However, the great East Tao ancestor had reached Tao integration before her in the chaos great universe. Thus, she could only set her sights on the immemorial void great universe. Who would have thought that their hopes were about to be dashed again? On the Green Lotus Peak, the clouds above Qin Feng's head seemed to have merged with the innate Tao of life and death. The innate Tao of life and death also contained the creation of the Tao of life and death. Such enlightenment was undoubtedly a great opportunity for him. It was visible to the naked eye that a small portion of the green lotus above his head had already been transformed by the gray, hazy light. In Qin Feng's eyes, the person who was merging the innate Tao of life and death was incredibly fast. Almost as soon as the Tao convergence phenomenon appeared, he intercepted the Tao of life and death and turned it into a Tao seed. A huge millstone of life and death appeared in the center of the Archean void universe. The cycle of life and death seemed to contain the two extremes of heaven and earth, black and white. The cycle of life and death was contained within it. In the Linghai realm, Wang Daoi was also refining the postnatal reincarnation Tao into the innate life and death Tao. Qin Feng had witnessed Wang Daoi's attainments in the reincarnation Tao. However, he was still a far cry from the legendary elder of the Eastern Sea. Even though Qin Feng was a half-step gold immortal, his accumulation in this step was far inferior to Old Man Dong Hai. At the very least, he could not intercept the great Tao and condense the Tao seed as easily as Elder Dong Hai. A lot of life and death air was everywhere. It was rolling in the center of the universe. It was like it was forming a giant black and white life and death Tai Chi symbol. In the middle of it was a giant life and death grinder. It was Old Man Dong Hai's Tao seed of life and death. Old Man Dong Hai's haggard figure appeared. His expression was calm, and he was all smiles. If one hears the truth in the morning, one can die in the evening. It was as if his determination, decisiveness, bravery, and cautiousness had all turned into an indomitable will in his smile. He took a step forward, and his body collapsed. The great millstone of life and death was destroyed, and his true spirit was destroyed. The void trembled violently. Waves of deathly cries that sounded like the cries of ghosts and the howls of gods filled the entire universe. It was the sound of the hearts of billions of living beings. The 3,000 great Tao of the myriad worlds were suddenly out of balance. In the eyes of countless cultivators, Elder Donghai's millstone of life and death was destroying itself inch by inch, collapsing into the darkness of death. Qin Feng's expression remained unchanged. This was the most crucial step in the innate life and death Tao. If he could break through death and be revived, then he would have completely merged with innate life and death. If he failed, then he would have completely fallen. All the primordial gods and experts from the outer realms were watching this scene closely. Some people hoped that Elder Donghai would succeed in his Tao integration, such as the Chun family, the Central Continent City, the Devil Lord Palace, the Space-Time God, and the other ancient gods. There were also people who hoped that Elder Donghai would fall and end everything. For example, the Chaos Nobles, Grand Supremes, extraterrestrial experts, as well as some ancient experts who were hiding in the dark and cultivated the Tao of Death. Rumble. It was as if the center of the universe was collapsing. In the boundless omen of death, the millstone of life and death seemed to have completely shattered into pieces, disintegrating together with the innate life and death Tao seed and fusing into the void. The vision of life and death, 9 nether opening, and resonance of the heavens stopped abruptly. The entire primordial void universe fell into a dead silence, and the sun and moon lost their light. Did he fail? At this moment, many primordial gods were speechless. The world seemed to have returned to peace. On Chunnan's side of the central continent city, many heaven-rank experts were silent. Dragon Baby, Little Phoenix, Purple Gold Divine Dragon, Z-Phone, and Alice were silent. On the city wall, Chunnan and the 7 absolute fairies were silent for a long time, and there was an indescribable sorrow on their faces. Who would have thought that the old fart didn't die in the hands of the lost tribe of chaos and the strongest heavenly Tao, but he actually fell while attempting to reach the mythic realm. I had thought that the old fart would have the highest chance of becoming a primordial lord amongst us, but even he failed. The purple gold dragon sighed. This is the great Tao that cultivators of our generation pursue. On the path of the great Tao, we have no regrets, even if we die 9 times. Chunnan sighed. Although he was sorrowful, there was more determination on his face. He was like a boulder, indestructible in the chaos. However, just when the primordial gods and extraterrestrial experts thought that Elder Donghai had fallen, about 100 breaths later, suddenly, a golden light spread across the primordial void universe from the center of the primordial void universe, and countless heavenly music swept out along with the golden light. In the entire void universe, countless blood-red Permethon Mandaras fell from the sky, and billions of ghosts and gods roared in the 6 paths of reincarnation. The dim yellow 9 nether yellow springs shook violently, and purple chi came from the east for 30,000 miles. Golden lotuses appeared on the ground. All these phenomena were to celebrate the attainment of a great divine master. Above the myriad of lights, a huge wheel of life and death, as big as billions of mountains, spun slowly. On the millstone of life and death, a complete innate life and death Tao figure exuding endless mysteries of life and death walked out from the shadow of death. The great Tao of life and death drifted, not outside, not in, and not in the middle. It was extremely mysterious, as if the great Tao of life and death had descended upon the mortal world. Countless cultivators in the heavens and realms suddenly felt a sense of serenity. From death to life, there was a great terror between life and death. Many ancient experts with weak Tao hearts suddenly felt as if they had put down a heavy burden. Distracting thoughts suddenly disappeared, and their hearts became clear. If they had experienced a trace of life and death, they would suddenly have an epiphany. Impermanence is the Tao of life and death. Life and death destroy oneself, and death is joy. After stepping through the gate of death and reincarnation, only today do I know that life and death are actually one family. My Tao is complete. That Wushang Tao ancestor walked out of the light, holding a huge millstone of life and death in his hand. As he swept his gaze across, it was as if the life and death of countless living beings in the heavens and realms were all in his eyes. At this moment, countless experts in the heavens and realms benefited from it. At this moment, many primordial gods in the heavens and realms bowed in unison. Congratulations to Elder Donghai for becoming a Tao Lord. The reborn Tao ancestor Donghai smiled. You're welcome. Thank you, fellow Taoists. When the primordial gods heard this, they immediately bowed again. Greetings, King of Life and Death, Tao Ancestor Donghai. At this moment, the 8th primordial king of the primordial void universe, the Wushang Tao Ancestor of Life and Death, was born. Life and death are actually one family. On the green lotus peak, Qin Feng clapped his hands and laughed. The great Tao of the Khanate, Tao ancestor of life and death, was prominent, and he benefited a lot. However, not everyone was like Qin Feng, who had already merged with the Tao and was sitting steadily on the fishing platform. Many extraterrestrial experts had ugly expressions. One could imagine that with the appearance of the Khanate, Tao ancestor of life and death, it would be even more difficult for the extraterrestrial experts to attain Tao. However, this had nothing to do with Qin Feng for the time being. Half a day later, he was very surprised to receive a piece of shocking news from Zhuyi and the two Khanate Buddhas. Chapter 1438. In the depths of the endless void, two faint golden flowing lights entered the green lotus peak one after another. They entered the Tao Palace and were caught by Qin Feng. There wasn't much information recorded in the two faint golden flowing lights. They only mentioned two things. The first thing was that the immemorial void great universe was about to become one of the subsidiary great universes of the primitive great universe. The primitive great universe would have 4 spots for subsidiary great universes. At the same time, the primitive great universe had already negotiated with the 6 Tao ancestors of the immemorial void great universe. The two Khanate Buddha lords had vaguely mentioned that Tao ancestor Hong Jun had once appeared. Tao ancestor Hong Jun was the first Khanate Tao ancestor in the primitive great universe. He was the master of many Tao ancestors. Qin Feng had once suspected that Tao ancestor Hong Jun had already entered the legendary supreme and indestructible level 19 eternal Tao ancestor realm. Although Qin Feng had elevated to rank 16 Lord level, rank 16 Lord level was, in reality, only the mark of a powerhouse in the 33 heavens had just reached. The real rulers were the supreme rulers, which were the level 19 eternal Tao ancestors. They were the eternal and undefeatable overlords of the heavens. Naturally, the immemorial void great universe wouldn't be a match for the primitive great universe with the eternal Tao ancestor, who was suspected to be a level 19 supreme ruler. Actually, Qin Feng had some understanding. Clearly, the chaos great cosmos had wanted to subdue the immemorial void great cosmos or merge with it from the very beginning. If not, the Tao ancestors of the primitive great universe could have swarmed over and suppressed the Tao ancestor of the immemorial void great universe. They could have killed him. The second thing was that the immemorial void great universe would be connected to the primitive great universe 300 years later. The boundary membrane would merge and the portal would be opened. However, before that, as the void of the two universes started to connect, there might be some space-time cracks that allowed some experts below the Tao ancestor realm to enter and exit. Besides these two things, the two Buddhist ancestors also informed Qin Feng that they hoped Qin Feng would try his best to rope in some of the experts in this world to join the Buddhist sect. This was a battle that involved the destiny of the various great sections. For the experts below the Tao ancestor, luck was the guarantee of survival. For the Tao ancestors, although the amount of luck could not affect their safety, it affected the cultivation progress of many Tao ancestors. Under the emerald willow tree branches, Qin Feng's expression changed slightly. Since he could receive the news, the others, such as the half-step golden immortals of the heavenly courts, the demon race, the fiend sect, and the celestial sect of wonders, would also receive the news. It was foreseeable that there would be an undercurrent in the primordial void great cosmos once this matter was revealed. However, this was also an opportunity for him. As the 12th Buddha Lord of the Buddhist school, it was only right for him to establish his own faction. This was not only for the sake of luck, but also for the sake of self-preservation. At the very least, he didn't want to be like the Earth immortal Tao ancestor, who was all alone and was eventually killed by someone else. At this moment, could it be that Tao ancestor Empress Hua, or the many Tao ancestors of the celestial sect of wonders, wouldn't they have the same thoughts and target him? This matter still needs to be carefully planned. With a faint smile, Qin Feng looked in the direction of the 5th realm of the great cosmos. The The fifth realm of the primordial void great cosmos was also known as the Buddha realm. The lord of the Buddha realm, Buddha ancestor Xuanzang, was also a Buddhist. Of course, the Xuanzang of the primordial void great cosmos was different from the Merit Buddha, lord of the primitive great cosmos. With a flash, he disappeared from where he was and flew straight toward the fifth heaven realm. The heaven realm was a vast area, much larger than the human realm. It was also filled with rich primordial chaotic vital chi and primordial spiritual chi. When heaven and earth were reopened, this place was still as primordial as before. Many primordial divine spirits and primordial divine spirits were still being nurtured. Some powerful existences had already been born and had begun to seek masters everywhere. In the heaven realm, apart from the six primordial kings, the strongest was undoubtedly the divine land, sacred land, established by the Chen family. It was where a great divine power who had created the primordial void great cosmos when heaven and earth had first been created lived. Divine land, celestial master, Chen Nan. This was Zhongzhou City, the place where many primordial divine spirits and primordial divine spirits yearned for. Most of them were primordial divine spirits. When primordial divine spirits were first born, they were only in the realm of ordinary immortals. They were ignorant and did not know how to cultivate. However, primordial divine spirits had an instinctive pursuit of great Tao. Among the primordial divine spirits, the strongest were undoubtedly the heaven-opening four spirits. They were the four primordial origin ancient gods formed by primordial earth, water, wind, and fire when the primordial void great cosmos was reopened. Apart from the four primordial origin divine spirits, there were the primordial divine spirits who were born from the strongest primordial divine spirits when the heavenly way was broken and everything evolved. However, there is no doubt that many primordial divine spirits and primordial divine spirits were excellent. There was no doubt that they were the future of the primordial void great cosmos. There were even a few Tao ancestors among these primordial divine spirits. Now, many primordial divine spirits had already been divided up by the experts of various realms. Among them, the heaven realm was the strongest and had 50%. Among the four innate spirits, earth, water, wind, and fire were the four innate divine spirits. Among them, the fire innate divine spirit was occupied by little Phoenix when she was reborn. Among the three innate divine spirits of earth, water, and wind, the innate earth divine spirit was devoured by heavenly Lord Chen Nan's daughter, Yi. Yi was originally formed from the ancient earth stabilizing divine tree and was later refined into the Hou-Yi Bao. As for the innate origin source, it was devoured by Long, and refined into the innate azure dragon body. Long originally had the body of the great ancient dragon emperor, but after obtaining the innate wind elemental origin, she returned to her innate azure dragon body. On the other hand, the innate water origin was devoured by the black tortoise armor. Xian, who was transformed from the black tortoise armor, was the son of Chun Nan and one of the seven souls of the seven absolute fairy, Zhan Taixian. Apart from the four innate origin divine spirits that had been devoured, the remaining portion was also occupied by the primordial gods. Most of them had recovered their memories and were now primordial gods. However, a large portion of them had naturally developed spiritual wisdom and entered Zhongzhou City. Apart from a portion of the primordial divine spirits that had entered Zhongzhou City, the rest were divided up by the second realm, the third realm, the fourth realm, and the fifth realm of Buddhism. There is also a portion that was taken in by the primordial gods as their disciples to inherit the legacy. Zhongzhou City was now one of the top divine lands in the primordial void great cosmos. It was not inferior to the ancient divine lands created by the six great kings. After Qin Feng received the message from the two Buddhas, Chen Nan, the seven absolute fairy, and the others who were comprehending the way of proving Tao in the primordial void great cosmos also received similar messages. Chapter 1439. become a subsidiary universe of the primitive great cosmos, and maintain most of its autonomy. 300 years later, the immemorial void great cosmos will be opened, and the two realms will officially establish the gate of two realms. Chunnan and the seven absolute goddess were silent. Subsidiary universe was not a nice name. However, the conditions given were generous. However, the primitive great cosmos was far more powerful than they had imagined. However, a new expression appeared on Chunnan's face. Although the six primordial kings had agreed to make the immemorial void great cosmos a subsidiary of the primitive great cosmos, they had obtained a lot of useful information. Firstly, there was information about cultivation. It turned out that there were many new realms above the Tao Ancestor realm. There was even the legendary supreme ruler, the eternal Tao Ancestor. This shocked Chunnan and the seven absolute goddess, who had almost reached the end of their cultivation path and had not been able to advance for hundreds of millions of years. Compared to this good news, making the immemorial void great cosmos a subsidiary of the primitive great cosmos was secondary. Thus, everyone understood the significance of the connate great Tao to avoid great cosmos. After receiving the news, Chunnan and the seven absolute goddess looked at each other and immediately gathered all the primordial gods above Zhongzhou City, including the Demon Master Palace, the Western Dragon Tribe's Elder Tyrant, the Eastern Divine Dragon Tribe's Elder Purple Gold Divine Dragon Z Foam, Dragon Baby, and the four kings of the Third Realm. All the gods gathered in the huge Zhongzhou City. Tao Ancestor EC, who had just advanced, also rushed over. Seeing that all the gods were present, Chunnan did not hide anything and directly told them the news. So, our immemorial void great cosmos is going to merge with the primitive great cosmos and become a new sect of the primitive great cosmos. The space-time god had a strange expression. I didn't expect the primitive great cosmos to be so powerful. There are 11 Tao ancestors in the Xian sect, 12 Tao ancestors in the Buddhist sect, and a few Tao ancestors in the Heavenly Court, Demon Sect, Demon Sect, and Itinerant Cultivators. There is also the Easter Dragon Tribe. The old tyrant's expression was a little strange. The Easter Dragon Tribe and the Western Dragon Tribe were both dragons, but their talents and bloodlines were different. Currently, the Eastern and Western Dragon Tribes were on par with each other in the immemorial void great cosmos. The Easter Dragon race had the purple gold divine Dragon Z Foam, the great virtuous great mighty heavenly dragon, the great ancient dragon emperor, and the 5 innate dragon kings. However, the Western Dragon race was not weak either. Other than the old tyrant, there were 9 heavenly dragons and a dozen innate dragon kings. However, if the two universes merged, the two dragon clans would undoubtedly be attacked by the primordial Chaos Dragon clan. The primordial Chaos Dragon clan was not weak, and they had a Thunder Tao ancestor. And the innate Phoenix race. Little Phoenix and Eastern Phoenix had different expressions on their faces. When the immemorial void great universe was reorganized, the innate Phoenix tribe was born. The innate Phoenix tribe lived in the south of the Heaven Realm. The Patriarchs were the Eastern Phoenix and Little Phoenix. There was also a group of innate phoenixes and acquired 5-colored phoenixes, such as Blue Luan, Fire Phoenix, Ice Phoenix, Swan, and so on. In the primeval great cosmos, the Phoenix race wasn't weak. The Patriarch of the Phoenix race, Kong Xian, was a level 17 innate Buddha, Lord of the Buddhist sect. If the two great cosmoses merged, it was obvious that there would not be more than one Phoenix race. There would definitely be a master and a servant. On the other side, the Qilin and the Golden Rock King were also frowning. The Qilin race and the Golden Rock race also existed in the primeval great cosmos. However, the only thing worth rejoicing over was that there hadn't been a Tao ancestor-level patriarch in the primeval great cosmos. It seems like we have to strive for Tao integration as soon as possible and seize the initiative. Tao ancestor Dong Hai had a slightly different expression. He had already learned about the netherworld of the primitive universe from Chunnan. The establishment of the true six paths of reincarnation was now on his agenda. If they waited until the two realms merged, Tao ancestor Hutu of the primeval great cosmos would obviously not have the opportunity to establish the netherworld reincarnation again. There was also Tao ancestor Dongji of the mystic sect, who had also merged with the innate great Tao of life and death. There was a natural great Tao competition between the two. This made everyone vigilant and gave rise to killing intent. We definitely have to seize the initiative. Within 300 years, we must begin to strive for Tao integration. We don't have much time left. The purple gold divine dragon sighed softly. There was no lack of relief. Fortunately, we still have 300 years to prepare. An immemorial god also nodded and said, Tao integration will naturally be on the agenda. However, before that, we still have to eliminate some troubles. Killing intent flashed in Chun Nan's eyes. Chun Nan, you mean Guang Yuan and the other lost tribes of chaos? Tao ancestor Dong Hai's expression changed slightly. What? Those lost tribes of chaos are making a comeback. The immemorial gods were slightly stunned. Then, their expressions changed drastically, and they all revealed killing intent. In the past, the lost tribes of chaos had helped the strongest heavenly Tao. They had enslaved the gods and treated all living beings in the world as ants. This kind of hatred had long been engraved in the bones of the immemorial gods, especially at this critical moment when the world was undergoing major changes. If the lost tribes of chaos were to join the great factions of the primeval great cosmos, there would be endless trouble in the future. Fifth realm, Buddha's sacred mountain. There was also a great thunderclap temple here. Buddhism also existed in the primeval void, great cosmos. There was also a Buddha overseeing the great thunderclap temple. It was the Amitabha Tathagata. This Buddha also had another name in the mortal world. He was called Xuanzang. The Shaolin temple of the Buddhist sacred ground in the fifth realm was also famous in the heavens. It was a famous cultivation sacred ground in the heavens. However, compared to the Buddhism of the primeval great cosmos, the Buddhism of this realm was obviously inferior. There was also a lot of dark history. When Qin Feng arrived, he only felt that this realm was incomparably ancient. The land was vast, and there were countless immortal mountains. The purple mist shone, and it was unusually quiet. There were also many gods who had attained the Bodhisattva and Buddha enlightenment. The bell sounded like the evening drum and morning bell. It was peaceful. There was also a continuous Buddhist light shining on the rivers and mountains. It almost turned this place into a pure land of Buddhism that was not inferior to the Western Pure Land. Qin Feng's expression changed slightly. Among the 12 Buddha lords, Qin Feng had just attained Tao, and his foundation was the most shallow. If he could conquer the fifth realm of Buddhism and establish a supreme Buddhist kingdom here, he might not be able to catch up with those ancient Buddha lords, but he would have a foundation in this realm. In a flash, Qin Feng appeared in front of the great thunderclap temple on Sacred Mountain. However, in the next moment his eyes flickered. In the great thunderclap temple, countless Sanskrit chants sounded like heavenly music. A golden path flew out of the spiritual realm. In the golden light, Buddha Lord Xuanzang seemed to have known that he was coming. He led countless Buddhas to welcome him. Disciple Xuanzang welcomes the arrival of the green lotus Buddha Lord. Amateus Buddha, you are too courteous. Holding the divine battle sword, Qin Feng put his palms together and smiled faintly. He glanced at Xuanzang. This Buddha Lord looked different from the Merit Buddha Lord, but their temperaments were quite similar. Disciple Huai Sheng Huaigu greets the green lotus Buddha Lord. At the same time, two elegant-looking monks walked out from the crowd of Buddhas. No, it shouldn't be called a monk. A monk and a layman. The two of them looked exactly the same. Both of them were extremely handsome and had a gentle temperament. Moreover, there was a vast and mighty clear sacred Bodhi Buddha aura revolving around them, exuding tranquility and mystery. This was the future Buddha and the future Buddha at his peak. Seeing the two future Buddhas, Qin Feng frowned. He knew that he had made a wasted trip today. Chapter 1440. Just as Qin Feng entered the fifth Buddha world, deep into primal chaos, outside the primal chaos divine palace, two silhouettes appeared silently. Rumble. Extraterrestrials, how dare you? One of them waved his hands. In an instant, it seemed as if billions of voids were falling down. Several beams of bloodlight came crashing down like a sea of blood. Among the two figures, the little lotus boy sneered. He waved his finger, sending out a circle of light. It instantly shattered the boundless bloodlight and hit one of the figures. With a bang, the figure was smashed thousands of feet away. Wherever the figure passed, the primal chaos was shattered. Rumor has it that His Highness King Yuluo is one of the few kings of the primal chaos. He controls the boundless sea of blood and has killed countless ancient gods. Today, I see that you're nothing. Kill. An ancient Tao voice appeared. An immortal divine light was emitted from one of the towering figures. One could see that his body was covered in black scales. There was a terrifying yellow demonic eye on his forehead. Under the brilliance, it seemed as if billions of lives and boundless space-time were being shattered. Insignificant skill, heaven and earth change. The little boy sneered. A beam of divine light swept across the many-eyed king's body. The latter's body disappeared in an instant. In the next moment, he seemed to have been imprisoned in a terrifying world. That world was filled with pure primal chaos, yin and yang energy that eroded everything. In just a moment, his body seemed to have been obliterated. No! Windrider King, Primal Chaos King, save me. The many-eyed king let out a terrified cry. The remaining Windrider King's expression changed. But then, he clenched his teeth. A divine wind that could split heaven and earth flew out from his hand. Under the black wind, it seemed as if billions of primal chaos were being obliterated. The little boy sneered. A ball of change appeared in his hand. It turned into a heaven and earth gourd. In an instant, the black wind seemed to have met its nemesis and was completely swallowed by the gourd. His entire body was involuntarily swallowed by the gourd. At this moment, endless primal chaos divine light erupted from the center of the primal chaos divine palace. The lotus boy opened his eyes. There was a trace of fear in his eyes. The boundless universe and billions of lives seemed to be shattered in the primal chaos. Caught off guard, the lotus child's body only had time to transform into a ray of white light. In an instant, it shook violently, as if millions of universes had shattered. Space-time ruptured and the universe collapsed. But a moment later, the huge white light formed the universe once again, turning into a 7- or 8-year-old lotus child. There was a faint trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. The lotus child's face flashed with a trace of anger and ferocity. White light appeared, and a small white circle appeared again. The circle trembled, and the surrounding chaos shook violently as if it would collapse at any moment. All right, Neza, don't be unreasonable. At this moment, the green-robed man's faint voice sounded from the side. The lotus child clenched his teeth slightly and could only suppress his anger. He withdrew the universe ring in his hand that could shatter everything and stood quietly. King of Chaos, an important guest has arrived. Could it be that you can't bear to go out and welcome him? Extraterrestrials, release the members of the forgotten tribes of chaos and leave. You are not welcome here. The King of Chaos' true body walked out of the chaotic fog with King Yuluo. He looked like a person of light that was trapped in the chaotic aura. He was filled with an unparalleled, domineering aura. King Yuluo was beside him. His face was as pale as blood. He stared at the short, lotus child, as if he was about to devour him. Seeing the King of Chaos expression, Nez's face turned cold. King of Chaos, don't make a mistake. We're here to save you. Don't be ungrateful. You little brat. What right do you have to talk to me? The King of Chaos expression was cold. His eyes were like the vertical pupils of a snake. He stared at Neza with disdain and abnormally cold eyes. Neza was furious. The green-robed man smiled faintly. He pressed one hand on Neza's shoulder and looked at the King of Chaos. Since your highness is unwilling to talk to us, then let's go to Zhongzhou City in the Heaven Realm. I believe that young Master Chun, Nan, is more willing to talk to us. The King of Chaos' expression changed, and a fierce glint flashed across his eyes. However, he forcefully suppressed it. He was confident that he could suppress and kill the Lotus Child, but the green-robed man was too terrifying. He could feel that even Qing Tian from back then wasn't as threatening as the green-robed man. Neza and the green-robed man turned around and were about to leave this chaotic region. Esteemed guests, please wait. Since the two of you are already here, why don't you rest in my Chaos Divine Palace for a while? Neza and the green-robed man heard this and immediately turned around. The King of Chaos was already full of smiles. It was as if the cold, killing intent from before was an illusion. Neza coldly snorted. Under the green-robed man's gaze, a white light flashed in his hand, and two broken bodies appeared. The many-eyed king and the Windrider king had already fainted. Half of their bodies had been completely refined. Seeing this, the King of Chaos' eyes flashed coldly. He grabbed the many-eyed king and the Windrider king and tossed them to King Yuluo, who was sweating profusely. The two of you, please. After a while, everyone sat down in the Chaos Divine Palace. How should I address the two of you? Neza said, I am Neza. Then, he pointed at the green-robed man with a proud look on his face. This is my master, the East Pole Tao ancestor of the great desolate universe's jade pure palace, Tai Zhenren. East Pole Tao ancestor? The King of Chaos' expression changed, and his eyes narrowed. Then, his expression became calm. So it's a Tao ancestor. Your presence brings light to the Chaos Divine Palace. After a slight compliment, his gaze landed on the East Pole Tao ancestor. I wonder what East Pole Tao ancestor wants to discuss with the forgotten primal chaos? And what is the meaning of saving me, the King of Chaos? King of Chaos, don't play dumb. We know the relationship between the forgotten primal chaos and the primordial gods. Do you think the primordial gods, led by the East Pole Tao ancestor, will allow the forgotten primal chaos to continue existing in this time of great change? Neza smiled coldly and ignored the King of Chaos's expression as he continued. You have no way out now, and I won't hide it from you. The war in outer space has already ended, and your primordial void cosmos is about to be incorporated into my great desolate universe. After the 6 primordial sovereigns head to the great desolate universe to sign the contract, they will soon return. Think about it. Once the 6 primordial sovereigns return, what will happen to the forgotten primal chaos? You only have one choice now. The King of Chaos was silent. Neza looked at the King of Chaos. He couldn't deny that this person was terrifyingly powerful. Even he was inferior to him. However, it was also because of this that the Xian sect and the Demon Court had chosen the King of Chaos to be one of the chess pieces to deal with the East Sea Tao ancestor, Creation Tao ancestor. Chapter 1441. You dare to accept the forsaken tribe of chaos. After a moment of silence, the King of Chaos looked up at Neza and the green-robed Taoist. Why not? Aren't you just the forsaken tribe of chaos? Many great divines in the primitive universe are creatures born from the chaos. What's wrong with that? Neza sneered. The King of Chaos's eyes flickered. There were forsaken tribes of chaos in the primitive universe? If that was the case, he had a lot of ideas. If that's the case, what request do you have for the forsaken tribe of chaos? I believe that the great force you belong to won't do it without reason or out of kindness. The King of Chaos sneered. Request. The green-robed Taoist looked up slowly with a smile. Our request is to help the King of Chaos reach Tao unification in this primordial void universe. What? The King of Chaos suddenly looked up. In the 5th Buddha realm. Since Buddha Xuanzang has made his choice, I won't disturb you any further. However, we'll be fellow disciples in the future. If Buddha Xuanzang changes his mind in the future, the door of Green Lotus Peak will always be open for him. After saying that, Qin Feng glanced at Buddha Huai Sheng, whose expression remained unchanged. Buddha Huai Gu's figure flashed and disappeared. However, Qin Feng didn't leave the fifth Buddha realm. Instead, he appeared in the east of the Buddha realm. He revealed himself in front of a spirit mountain. Qin Feng's expression was a little gloomy. Buddha Huaisheng and Buddha Huaigu were Buddhist experts under the guide Buddha. Clearly, the guide Buddha had already made his move. The guide Buddha was an 18th level Khanate Buddha Lord. He was the founder of Buddhism in the primordial era. He guided thousands of Buddhas into Buddhism, so he was also known as the Guide Saint Master. Although Buddhism didn't flourish in the hands of this Buddha, he was still respectfully called the Master of all Buddhas by the 10,000 Buddhas and later Buddhas. Even the Khanate Nirvana Buddha Lord, who is known as the mother of all Buddhas, called him senior brother. Qin Feng didn't want to go head-to-head with this Buddha Lord unless it was necessary. At the same time, as the seventh Tao ancestor of the primordial void universe, he could sense that many extraterrestrial Tao ancestors and Buddhas were exerting their influence on the primordial void universe. Snatch the providence, rope in the various major forces, and strengthen their wings. Qin Feng felt a little depressed. Although he had succeeded in the Tao integration, his foundation was still inferior to the primordial Tao ancestors and Buddhist patriarchs. Falling behind in every way, their living space had been severely squeezed. In fact, there was another Buddha who was in the same situation as him. It was the Merit Buddha Lord. He was also a commander without an army. However, the Buddha Lord of Merit was slightly better than the Buddha Lord of Creation. At the very least, he had the help of Old Pig, Old Sand, Little White Dragon, and several other future Buddhas. However, Qin Feng wasn't discouraged. He had always believed that the heavens wouldn't help him. People had to help themselves. Ever since he was reborn, his luck had been negative. He had accumulated his luck bit by bit, gathering it step by step. Like a rolling snowball, he had gotten to where he was today, not by lying in a corner and waiting for the heavens and earth to favor him, but by going against the heavens and seizing luck. Compete with men, compete with God, and compete with heaven. Qin Feng's eyes flickered. Although Xuanzang, the current Gautama Buddha, was in charge of the fifth world of Buddhism, Xuanzang had yet to attain Tao. His influence was not enough to cover all the Buddhist temples. A figure appeared in Qin Feng's mind. In the primordial era, there was an ancient Buddhist figure. In the world of Buddhism, he was the only ancient figure whose influence was comparable to that of monk Xuanzang. That person was once as famous as the primordial Gautama Buddha. After the Gautama Buddha perished, he led the Buddhist sect and became the Lord of all Buddhas. At that time, monk Xuanzang's Tao was still very shallow. Later, that person turned from Buddha to devil and tried to break through. After looking around, his figure flashed and flew away like a stream of light, crossing the Zen sect. This was one of the few Buddhist sects that could compete with the Shaolin Temple and the Great Thunderclap Temple of the East. In this place, numerous green mountains gathered together. Inside the sacred land created by the multicolored light, the spirit roots gathered together and bathed in the divine light. There was not a single ordinary grass or tree. All of the spirit trees were surging with spirit energy and flashing with divine light. A dense Buddha aura circulated within it. From afar, Qin Feng, who was outside the crossing Zen sect, could see the vast golden Buddha light. This Buddha mountain was truly a treasured land filled with the essence of heaven and earth. The endless spiritual veins could be tens of thousands of miles. Countless Buddhist disciples built temples on the mountains, listened to the evening drum and morning bell, and chanted sutras to the purple sun and the setting sun. In the peaceful Buddhist land, plump red-crowned cranes flew among the auspicious clouds. From time to time, one could see spirit apes jumping between the towering mountains and lofty ridges. There were also 7-colored deer that would not be startled by humans and long-eared white rabbits that would appear in the mountains and temples. In such a treasure land, these animals had long since gained their own spiritual energy. Many of them were connate spiritual beasts. Those connate spiritual beasts were a kind of connate divine spirit. They had transformed into beasts, but their aptitude was extremely good. With a little cultivation, they could become immortals or gods. Qin Feng's figure was like the wind. He instantly appeared on the jade steps at the foot of the mountain, looking at the Buddhist temples with golden bricks and jade tiles on the green peaks. Rumble. Heaven and earth sensed the arrival of the Tao ancestor and immediately caused a boundless vision. Rolling purple energy extended from the horizon, and endless Sanskrit chants turned into heavenly flowers and golden lotuses sprouted from the ground. Such a huge vision immediately alarmed countless experts of the crossing the Season sect. A few thin old monks with simple faces were the first to awaken from their meditation. A guest has come to visit. The energy is seven-colored, and the purple energy is vast and mighty for 30,000 miles. This is a sign of supremacy. Could it be that the primordial king has come in person? Seeing the mighty vision, the old monks were a little confused, but in the next moment, they moved quickly. In the many temples of the Crossing Sea Zen sect, the bells rang 81 times. Soon, an old monk with a withered face walked out from the central great strength hall, surrounded by many old monks. Amitabha, the Tao ancestor has come. The Crossing the Sea Zen sect has failed to welcome you. Please forgive us. The group of old monks of the Crossing the Sea Zen sect couldn't compare to the sacred land of the Shaolin Temple, where the great Thunderclap Temple was located. Although there were many experts, most of them were Heaven Realm experts. As for the heaven-defying realm, half-step golden immortal, there was only the old monk in the lead. He had a special appearance. His face was like tree bark, half withered and half flourishing. It was as if life and death, the perfect blend of Buddhist light and demonic energy. Ancient Demon Qin Chan, or Ancient Buddha Qin Chan. At the entrance of the temple, a group of old monks walked out, surrounded by a group of young monks. When they saw the figure of the white-robed Taoist, they were first afraid, then respectful and reverent. The white-robed Taoist was mysterious, and the aura of the great Tao was like that of a Tao ancestor. But upon closer inspection, the eyes of the old monks in the lead became brighter and brighter, even brighter than the bald heads on top of their heads. They were so excited that they almost knelt down and called him ancestor. Chapter 1442. This Tao ancestor looks like a primordial king, but he's actually a Buddhist cultivator. I didn't expect this Tao ancestor Zhaohua to be a foreign Buddha. Yes, today I know that we Buddhist cultivators can also merge with the Tao, master a Tao, and become the ancestor of a Tao. The old monks were so excited that they were trembling. What state of mind? What enlightenment? They were all thrown aside. Is this Tao merging? On the other side, ancient Buddha Qin Chan was also forcefully suppressing the shock in his heart. He put his palms together. Greetings, Tao ancestor Zhaohua. You're too polite. Ancient Buddha Qin Chan. Qin Feng's gaze fell on ancient Buddha Qin Chan, and he nodded slightly. Ancient Buddha Qin Chan was one of the primordial gods. He had once tried to cultivate both Buddhism and demon, fusing the two Taos into one and creating an unprecedented cultivation school. And it seemed that he had achieved initial success. But it was only at the initial stage. One must know that Qin Feng was the ancestor of the fusion of Buddhism and demon. Tao ancestor, please. The group of old monks forcefully held back their excitement and led Qin Feng into the great strength hall. They sat down as the host and guest, and other monks brought various spiritual fruits and fragrant tea. May I ask if Tao ancestor Zhaohua obtained the Tao through supreme Buddhism? As soon as he sat down, one of the old monks couldn't help but ask. Qin Feng smiled faintly and looked around at the monks with bright eyes. Although I'm a foreign cultivator, I'm also from the Buddhism sect of the great wilderness universe. The group of old monks' eyes brightened. They were about to open their mouths and beg for the Tao when ancient Buddha Qin Chan coughed fiercely, and his voice was like a morning bell. The group of old monks' burning hearts of seeking the Tao seemed to have been splashed with a basin of cold water, and they immediately sobered up. Ching Chan's eyes, which were intertwined with dim yellow and dark green, glanced at the group of old monks fiercely. After a moment, his eyes fell on Qin Feng. "May I know why Tao ancestor Zhaohua has come to our temple today?" Qin Feng glanced at the old monk in front of him. He could see that this ancient Buddha Qin Shan was not easy to deal with. But today he was determined to get the crossing Zen sect. "Ancient Buddha Qin Shan, you're treating me as an outsider. Although we're not from the same universe, the Buddhism of the two worlds are of the same origin. We're from the same family." "Yes, yes." The group of monks nodded. "What do you mean by from the same family?" Ancient Buddha Qin Shan cursed in his heart as he looked at the group of monks from the crossing Zen sect with disappointment. Ancestor Tao Ancestor Zhaohua was the Tao Ancestor Zhaohua. Tao Ancestor creation, you're wrong. Two sects are two sects. How can there be one sect? Ancient Buddha Qin Shan said with a smile. Qin Feng's Qin Shan S's. I'm afraid that ancient Buddha Qin Shan doesn't know that the immemorial void great cosmos has already become a subsidiary of our primitive great cosmos. The two realms are about to merge. When the gate of the two realms opens, we Buddhists will no longer be divided into two sects. Moreover, the ancient Buddhas should also receive the news soon. Now, Buddha Xuanzang has agreed to become the representative of the primitive desolate Buddhist sect in this world. He is the ancestor of all Buddhas. The group of old monks' faces changed. Qin Feng's words were like a bomb in the hearts of the monks. The primordial void universe had become a subsidiary of the primitive universe. The Buddha light on the monks' bodies was about to be extinguished. This feeling was as if the pride and honor of the universe that had swelled to the extreme had been smashed by someone with a hammer. He was stunned. Ancient Buddha Qin Shan was silent. Although his heart was also changing rapidly, his state of mind was detached. Would Tao ancestor Zhaohua lie? Ancient Buddha Qin Shan shook his head inwardly. A supreme powerhouse like the Tao ancestor no longer needed to lie. Qin Feng was indifferent when he saw ancient Buddha Qin Shan's silence. I know that your branch and the branch of the Shaolin Temple have disagreements. Now that Buddha Xuanzang has the support of a part of the Buddha ancestors in the primitive universe and is in charge of the Buddhism of this world, I'm afraid you'll have a hard time. I'm not afraid to hide it from you. The primordial world Buddhism has already given birth to 12 Buddhas. Each Buddha is not inferior to the primordial 6 great sovereigns. If you don't want to be annexed by Buddha Xuanzang, don't hesitate. Then you don't have many choices left. Although the lineage I belong to isn't strong, it is still supported by 2 connate Buddhas. If you join my branch, although I can't guarantee that you'll be able to compete with Buddha Xuanzang, you'll be able to protect yourself. If you obtain the complete Buddhism inheritance of the primitive universe Buddhist sect, you'll have a chance to become the Buddha ancestor, which is the Archean king of the primordial void universe. After saying that, Qin Feng looked at ancient Buddha Qin Shan. He saw ancient Buddha Qin Shan's face twitch violently when he heard his words. Obviously, his state of mind was changing rapidly. I don't believe you won't be tempted. Qin Feng sneered in his heart. The eyes of the group of old monks were already shining. The group of old monks had studied Buddhism for their entire lives. If they could inherit the supreme Buddhism of the primitive universe Buddhist sect and enter the realm of their dreams, they would be more than happy to do so. Ancient Buddha Qin Shan seemed to be struggling. Qin Feng's words had undoubtedly hit the nail on the head. The crossing Zen sect and the Shaolin Temple branch had always been in a huge dispute. Since before the heavenly Tao was destroyed, they had been fighting for the leadership of the Buddhist sect. Before the heavenly Tao was destroyed, the crossing Zen sect had always been in a superior position. They occupied the central Buddhist land of the heaven realm and were the direct descendants of the Buddha ancestor. However, after the heavenly Tao was destroyed by the Archean gods, the situation was reversed, especially when the Shaolin Temple produced Xuanzang, a rare, peerless genius who occupied the position of the main branch of the Buddhist sect. Ancient Buddha Chinchan could only lead the Crossing Seas In sect to a corner. Moreover, now that the two realms were about to be connected, if Buddha Xuanzang received the support of the Primitive Universe Buddhist sect and obtained the complete Buddhism inheritance, he would be able to reach the Tao integration realm very quickly. Once the Tao integration was successful, the Crossing Seas In sect would probably never be able to rise again. All right, as long as you impart the orthodox Buddhism of the Crossing Seas In sect, all the monks of the Crossing Seas In sect will respect you as the ancestor of all Buddhas. After thinking for a while, ancient Buddha Chinchan made up his mind. No matter what, he could not let the Crossing Seas In sect be annexed by others in his hands. A wise choice. Qin Feng laughed. Then, the Crossing Seas In sect prepared for the inheritance ceremony and formally invited the Creation Buddha to return to his position. At the same time, Qin Feng recorded 3,000 Buddhist scriptures in the Crossing Seas In sect and left an avatar there to perform the Dharma for everyone. As the Crossing Seas In sect acknowledged the Creation Buddha as their grandmaster, Qin Feng could clearly feel that his luck was increasing. At the same time, the speed of his comprehension of the God rules of the myriad universe increased. As his fate increased and his fusion with the immemorial void great universe improved further, Qin Feng could clearly feel that there was a malice in the depths of his primordial spirit that surrounded his primordial spirit. It was faintly discernible and extremely dangerous. Someone is plotting against me? Qin Feng was startled, but then his face suddenly turned gloomy. Chapter 1443. As a Tao ancestor, he was in control of the great Tao and possessed boundless divine might. Unless a Tao ancestor of the same realm could deceive heaven's secrets, it was impossible to plot against him. Even if there was only a little bit of malice, it could be detected by a Tao ancestor in advance. Qin Feng was an extraterritorial expert who had achieved Tao integration in the immemorial void great cosmos. After all, he was not a native expert of the immemorial void great cosmos. Thus, his impulse-inspired ability was faintly suppressed by the immemorial void great cosmos. But as his destiny improved and he gradually gained the favor of heaven and earth, this suppression would gradually be lifted. All the power of a Tao ancestor began to manifest on Qin Feng's body. It was a fluke. I didn't expect Emperor Envihua to have such a backup plan. I almost let her succeed. Qin Feng looked in the direction of the starry sky chaos. Qin Feng knew that Emperor Envihua wouldn't let him go after learning that he had reached Tao integration, but he didn't expect her countermeasure to be so fast. She even joined forces with the Xian sect. Qin Feng's eyes flashed coldly. Since that's the case, don't blame me. Leaving a clone in the Crossing Seas In sect, Qin Feng directly left the fifth Buddha realm and rushed toward the starry sky chaos. Soon, the primal chaos celestial palace of the forgotten race of chaos was in sight. Not good. In the primal chaos celestial palace, Tao ancestor East Pole's clone immediately sensed a furious aura. With a thought, Tao ancestor East Pole knew that something had gone wrong. A gloomy look flashed across his face. According to the deductions of many Tao ancestors, the Khanate creation Tao ancestor had just reached Tao integration. His primordial spirit should have been suppressed by the immemorial void universe, so it was impossible for him to sense the changes in heaven's secrets so quickly. Where did the problem go? Who dares to trespass into the primal chaos celestial palace? The three chaos marquises who were guarding outside sensed the undisguised aura and flew out of the chaos chi angrily. The primal chaos celestial palace was the supreme place of the forgotten race of chaos. These people really thought that this was a market where anyone could come and go. After being beaten up by Neza, King Yu Luo, King Yufeng, and King Many-Eyed flew out aggressively. As soon as they appeared, they waved their hands and unleashed their strongest divine ability. Terrifying divine light swept towards Qin Feng. Good fortune creation. When Qin Feng appeared amidst the chaos chi, he instantly collided with the 3 terrifying beams of divine light. He had a cold smile on his face as he waved his sleeves, causing a milky white beam of divine light to pass by. The primal chaos chi was transformed into a ray of light. Time and space were transformed into a ray of light. The 3 terrifying rays of divine light were refined. The boundless divine light enveloped King Yuluo, King Yufeng, and King Many-Eyed. Under the divine light, the 3 chaos lords were refined into a speck of essence chaos energy and kept into the overgod dimension. The pitiful 3 chaos king overlords were also considered as the strongest of their generation. But in front of Qin Feng, an innate Tao ancestor, they were all killed in one move. Primal chaos, celestial Tao of Daoboom. Looking at the incomparably huge palace, Yi Zichen looked at it. The Dao, celestial chaos, celestial palace. Primal, Dao, celestial palace. And several figures flew out. King Primal Chaos was enraged. A divine diagram flew out of his body. It seemed to have merged with the Tao of Primal Chaos as it shot toward Qin Feng. The entire chaos seemed to be shaking. The boundless chaos shattered, and Qin Feng's body seemed to be on the verge of shattering. Unparalleled ability. And it seemed to have a portion of a Tao ancestor's power. What a powerful chaos diagram. It seems to have a portion of Ancestor Panga's banner's power. It can cut through the chaos and split heaven and earth. Neza's eyes lit up. Looks like Tao Ancestor Creation is going to have a fierce battle. What he meant by splitting heaven and earth was not an ordinary heaven and earth, but a true void universe. His words were filled with eagerness. When the sandpiper and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. Killing a Tao ancestor was an unprecedented experience for a half-step golden immortal. Let's go. Tao ancestor East Pole's expression was cold, but he grabbed Neza and flew rapidly through the chaos. Qin Feng glanced at Tao ancestor East Pole and Neza. In the next moment, his gaze fell on the chaos diagram flying towards him, and he sneered. He waved his sleeve and grabbed at the void. An unparalleled power suddenly appeared, and a snow-white beam of divine light flew out and blasted towards the chaos diagram. The hazy and terrifying divine light on the chaos diagram was instantly drowned out. Moments later, King Primal Chaos felt his nascent spirit imprint in the chaos diagram being forcibly refined. His expression changed drastically. When he saw Tao ancestor East Pole fleeing with Neza again, how could he not know how terrifying Tao ancestor creation was? With a flash of chaotic divine light, a treasure map emitting chaotic divine light appeared in Qin Feng's palm. This chaotic treasure map was the result of King Primal Chaos painstakingly gathering boundless primordial spiritual chi and chaos vital chi. It was a supreme grade Khanate treasure. It had the ability to trap, refine, eliminate, confuse, and confuse. It was like a miniature Khanate chaos origin embryo, extremely powerful. It's a good thing. Glancing at it, Qin Feng casually sent it into his high god space to help it condense Khanate chaos vital chi. Once again, a terrifying divine light appeared on Qin Feng's body, refining chaos, refining space-time, and refining the void multiverse. King Primal Chaos's expression changed drastically. An enormous city appeared in his palm, and he violently slammed it towards Qin Feng. Chaos City. This was his ultimate treasure. It was incomparably ferocious and could shatter all things. It had the power to suppress space-time and was a defensive treasure. But in the blink of an eye, the primordial spirit at the center of the Chaos City shattered, and the treasure fell into Qin Feng's hands. At the same time, a mighty divine light swept towards King Primal Chaos. No! King Primal Chaos let out an earth-shattering roar. In an instant, his entire chaos true form and primordial spirit were completely refined by the divine light, transforming into a ball of extremely pure Khanate chaos vital chi. This was the creation manipulation divine art. After Qin Feng became a Tao ancestor, this divine art could be called a supreme technique, a supreme Tao technique. It could create all things, defy the heavens, refine the void multiverse, and turn the void into vital qi. Seeing King Primal Chaos refined to death in an instant, East Pole, Tao, Ancestor, and Neza's faces darkened. Neza especially could not believe his eyes. King Primal Chaos was known as the supreme overlord of the primordial void multiverse. He had even wanted to replace the heavenly Tao and enslave the gods. Such a tyrannical figure was actually killed so quickly. Were Tao ancestor experts really so terrifying? After casually killing the 4 Chaos nobles and taking the Chaos City, Qin Feng's gaze fell on East Pole, Tao, Ancestor, and Neza. East Pole, Tao, Ancestor of Jade Pure Palace. Tao is Tai of Qianyuan Golden Light Cave, one of the 12 Golden Immortals under Tao Ancestor Jade Pure of Chan Sect. Since you're involved in this mess, leave your life behind. Chapter 1444. The East Pole, Tao Ancestor grabbed Neza and silently entered the depths of the endless chaos. His body was like a ray of golden light. That was the supreme Tao technique of the Jade Pure lineage, earth-moving golden light. As a Tao ancestor, the East Pole, Tao ancestor unleashed this ray of golden light to the extreme. It was much faster than the Golden Crow, Rainbow Transformation, and the Somersault Cloud. However, Qin Feng was very fast. His figure flashed, and he seemed to have passed through time and space. He directly appeared in front of the East Pole Tao ancestor, Neza, a few minutes in the future. The power of time and space. The East Pole Tao ancestor's body shook, and he was forced to stop. He knew that they could not escape. In the primordial void great universe, the primordial gods had a very obvious characteristic. Perhaps it was related to the cultivation system of the primordial void great universe's experts. The experts of this world were especially good at controlling time and space. Even an ordinary heaven-rank powerhouse could control space-time power. In the primordial void great universe, only the future Buddha or the Wushang Tao ancestor had dabbled in this. However, the East Pole Tao ancestor's expression did not show any panic. He just looked indifferently at the white-robed Tao ancestor who walked out of the chaos. Tao ancestor creation, are you really going to make things difficult for me? Qin Feng looked at the East Pole Tao ancestor in surprise. After a while, he suddenly sneered. Why do you say that, Tao ancestor East Pole? Didn't you plant first? Green Lotus Tao ancestor creation, don't be too presumptuous. You're just a junior in front of my master. Neza's eyes were gloomy as he stared at Qin Feng. His anger and jealousy were tangible. Neza was jealous and angry that such a Tao lord who had suddenly come out of nowhere could reach the Tao integration stage. He slightly restrained his expression and changed his tone. Moreover, you've already offended the goddess. If you offend the Jade Pure Palace, there will be no place for you in the primordial void great universe. Qin Feng's expression did not change as he glanced indifferently at Neza. This person really did not know what he was talking about. These people had already threatened his life, yet they still wanted to talk glibly here. Did they really think he was a fool? Moreover, even if he spared Tao ancestor East Pole, these people would probably still turn around and attack him. Since that was the case, why couldn't he just kill the 2 of them to clear his mind? As for the Jade Pure Palace, wasn't it already targeting him? Without wasting any time, Qin Feng formed a hand seal and shot out a light-shaped divine steel. Heavenly steel, mysterious technique. 4 forms combined into one. The green-robed Taoist seemed to be preparing for a battle. He waved his hands continuously, and the boundless qi of life and death lingered around, as if it was going to destroy the world. The gigantic light-shaped, godly steel was slowly being ground away by the life-death energy. However, it was obvious that the green-robed Taoist was struggling. After all, Qin Feng was the Tao ancestor of this world. The formless great Tao suppressed him. The azure-robed Taoist was just a clone, and a Tao ancestor of the primeval universe. Before the two worlds merged, they were considered invaders. A trace of viciousness flashed across Nez's face. Silently, a white circle appeared in his hand. In the next moment, it appeared above Qin Feng's head. The universe ring was a treasure that had been refined again when he became a half-step golden immortal. It contained the mysteries of the universe, like the boundless universe, and could accommodate all things. When it was blasted out, it was like the boundless universe had condensed into a golden ring. Once hit, even a Tao ancestor's perfected connate Tao body would be destroyed. Qin Feng seemed to have eyes around him. He suddenly stretched out a hand, and an invisible force swept out, sweeping the white light. In an instant, the entire universe ring flew out of the white light and landed in Qin Feng's hand. Nez's face turned pale. He was shocked to discover that in just a moment, the primordial spirit imprint that belonged to him in the universe ring was suddenly destroyed. The primordial spirit imprint was destroyed, and his primordial spirit suffered a backlash. His primordial spirit was also severely injured. Qin Feng's creation mediation divine ability was too powerful. It integrated the mysterious essence of the creation of the myriad worlds, as well as various secret methods, to create the creation mediation divine ability. It had both transformation, refinement, creation, and attack as one. It was not limited to treasures, divine abilities, secret methods, or even the void universe. Everything could be broken down and refined in the divine ability. Experts in the Tao Ancestor realm did not have many tricks up their sleeves. However, each supreme Tao technique contained the truth of heaven and earth and the power of the great Tao. This ability was definitely not something that an ordinary half-step golden immortal or the future Buddha could resist. Qin Feng suppressed the aura of life and death of the Tao ancestor of the East Pole with all his strength. At the same time, he wanted to kill Neza. A creation mediation divine ability was like a divine rainbow that pierced through heaven and earth. It cut through the chaos and swept out. Neza's pupils instantly dilated to the extreme. He was about to be swept by the divine light and killed. In an instant, black and white mystic lights intertwined. A figure in green appeared silently in front of Neza. In the black and white mystic lights, 6 faintly discernible mighty vortexes appeared around him, blocking the divine rainbow. East Pole, Reincarnation Hell. Neza's eyes trembled. He recognized that this was the Tao ancestor of the East Pole's supreme Tao technique. It was a supreme Tao technique cultivated with the connate great Tao of life and death as its foundation. The reincarnation of life and death intertwined with the 6 paths of death and the 18 layers of hell. Neza's eyes flickered with joy. He breathed a sigh of relief. However, the joy in his eyes soon froze. He saw drops of cold sweat on the Taoist's forehead. Could a Tao ancestor still sweat? In the next moment, Neza realized that it was not sweat. It was a phenomenon that occurred when one's primordial spirit was extremely weak due to the exhaustion of one's dermic powers. Go, hide well. Neza only had time to hear these words. In the next moment, a black and white mystic light flung out of the Taoist's sleeve and wrapped around his body. Then, an extremely dazzling black and white mystic light erupted from the Tao ancestor of the East Pole. The dazzling light exploded. Rumble. It was as if the entire chaos had exploded. No! Neza's eyes were filled with regret and anger. In order to block the Tao ancestor of the East Pole, the Tao ancestor of the East Pole had self-destructed to create a chance for him. Neza knew that this was only a clone of the Tao ancestor of the East Pole. The self-destruction of the clone had little effect on the main body. However, Neza still felt an unstoppable stabbing pain in his heart. It was the feeling of his pride being deeply stabbed. Today, he still needed Tai Jinren's sacrifice to protect him. This reminded him of the Dragon Kings of the 4 seas, forcing him to cut his bones and flesh to return his mother. Endless resentment and anger rose from his heart. At this moment, the Tao ancestor of the 4 seas was the Dragon Kings of the 4 seas in his eyes. Tao ancestor of the creation realm, I, Neza, will definitely take your head one day to wash away the humiliation you gave me today." His eyes were filled with resentment. As he gritted his teeth, Neza's figure quickly disappeared into the chaos. On the spot, Qin Feng casually dispersed and refined the huge aftershock of the Tao ancestor of the East Pole's self-destruction. His eyes searched for traces of Neza, but he found nothing. Before the Tao ancestor of the East Pole self-destructed, the last strand of dermic powers sent his only personal disciple, Neza, away. Chapter 1445. A Fish That Slipped Through the Net. Qin Feng frowned. Using his divine ability, he searched the 9 heavens and 10 earths, but to his surprise, he still couldn't find any trace of Neza. At this moment, as a Tao ancestor of this realm, his power was almost omniscient and omnipotent. Unless a powerhouse of this realm took action to conceal the secrets of heaven, or sent him into some dangerous place that even a Tao ancestor couldn't easily enter, it was impossible to hide from his search. Then, Qin Feng no longer paid attention. Although Neza was strong, he was only a half-step golden immortal. He could easily suppress such an existence. If he escaped, then so be it. He raised his gaze and looked at the edge of the chaos. At this time, streams of light fell from the heaven realm. A moment later, they quickly appeared around the chaos of the starry sky, where the Chaos Divine Palace was located. Among the starlight, divine light flew out. Qin Feng's gaze fell on the 2 leaders. Tao Ancestor Zhaohua, Tao Ancestor Donghai, Chun Nan, 7 Absolute Fairy, and the others landed and looked at Tao Ancestor Zhaohua, standing in the void, then at the completely shattered Chaos Divine Palace. The expressions of the group of ancient gods changed slightly. Tao Ancestor Donghai's eyes flickered with black and white divine light. His primordial spirit communicated with the great Tao, intercepting the changes of heaven's secrets. A moment later, various causes and consequences appeared in his mind. He raised his head and looked at Qin Feng. "I didn't expect that the King of Chaos would plot against Tao Ancestor Zhaohua with the extraterritorial powerhouses. He's really courting death." Hearing this, Chun Nan, 7 Absolute Fairy, Celestial Phoenix Maiden, Little Phoenix, Space-Time God, Old Tyrant, and many other ancient gods had different expressions. There was no lack of shock. Chun Nan once said that the King of Chaos's strength was close to Tao Ancestor Donghai, Chun Nan, 7 Absolute Fairy, and the others before they reached the Tao realm. They didn't expect that he would fall in the hands of Tao Ancestor Zhaohua so quickly. The power of a Tao ancestor is so terrifying. While the ancient gods were frightened, their eyes also burned with a blazing passion. Chun Nan has actually come as well. He probably wants to deal with this calamity in one go before these great enemies attain the Tao. Chun Nan thought in his heart while his expression remained unchanged. Seeing that Qin Feng was the first to flatten the forgotten tribes of chaos, the many primordial gods turned around and split into several groups. One group, led by Tao Ancestor Donghai, charged towards the Taishang Bodhidharma in the depths of the chaos. One of them was led by Chun Nan, the Celestial Phoenix Maiden, the Little Phoenix, and the Dragon Baby. Qin Feng looked over and saw that Chun Nan and the others' targets were the Foreign Realm experts. The remaining group was led by the 7 Absolute Fairy, the God of Time and Space, the Old Tyrant, and the others. They charged directly towards some of the reincarnated enemies in the human world, or they could search for some ancient experts who had reincarnated and were hiding in various worlds. Qin Feng could vaguely feel the gazes of the group landing on him. He was sure that if he made any move, Tao Ancestor Donghai and the others would turn back and block his path. Qin Feng immediately returned to the Green Lotus Dojo. After killing the clone of Tao Ancestor Donghai, he had offended the Xian sect. In addition, there was the demon court led by Emperor Enviwa. Qin Feng needed to consider his own situation. There were many factions in the Buddhist sects. If the demon race and the Xian sect attacked him at the same time, The Buddhist masters of the Buddhist sects would do their best to help him. Qin Feng was only a half-baked monk. He was not like the Golden Cicada, who was an orthodox Buddhist. He did not want to follow in the footsteps of the earth immortal Tao ancestor. As for the Tao ancestors of the witchcraft sect and the demon sect, the Buddhist sects were developing very quickly. Moreover, the demon sect and the Buddhist sects were mortal enemies. The Tao ancestors of the witchcraft sect and the demon sect would probably be happy to join forces with the Xian sect and the demon race to get rid of one or two Buddhist ancestors of the Buddhist sects. Obviously, they had to pick the soft persimmon. Qin Feng, the newly promoted Buddhist master with no background, was undoubtedly an excellent target. In addition to the unfavorable situation in the chaos, Qin Feng actually had other worries in his heart. The 6 great kings of the immemorial void universe. The 6 great kings were peak existences. Some of them were even born at the beginning of the universe before the primordial void universe's heavenly way was reorganized. Their cultivation was probably not as simple as that of an ordinary Tao ancestor. As he comprehended the path of the opposite Tao seed, it was inevitable that someone would set their eyes on his innate creation Tao. Currently, 8 connate Tao ancestors have been born in the Archean void great cosmos. Apart from himself, there was also the connate creation Tao ancestor. There were also human king innate Saint Tao ancestor, ghost lord innate nirvana Tao ancestor, demon lord innate slaughter Tao ancestor, innate luck Tao ancestor Chun, innate strength Tao ancestor Chinjan, innate chaos Tao ancestor Dugabatian, innate death Tao ancestor EC Tao ancestor. Among the primordial Tao ancestors, the innate Tao ancestor of slaughter, the innate Tao ancestor of chaos, Dugabatian, and the innate Tao ancestor of innate strength, Chunjan, were all able to combine the opposite innate creations. In particular, the innate massacre Tao ancestor had the ability to kill a Tao ancestor. Innate Tao ancestors were immortal. Even if their true body was destroyed, they could still be reborn from the Taos. Theoretically, they could only be suppressed but not killed. However, the connate termination Tao ancestors were the only exception. In addition, as long as a level 18 Tao ancestor in the 3rd step could ignore the Iron Law and had the ability to kill an ordinary Tao ancestor. After all, Qin Feng was an external connate Tao ancestor. Qin Feng could not be sure whether the 6 great Tao ancestors would attack him or not. On Green Lotus Peak, in the Tao Palace, Qin Feng looked calm. According to the news from the connate Nirvana Buddha Lord and the connate Karma Buddha Lord, the 6 great kings of the primordial void universe would definitely return from the chaos great cosmos in 4 to 3 years. I must comprehend the myriad world god laws during these 2 difficulties. The 3 flowers above Qin Feng's head were released. Part of the jade-green 6th grade lotus flower had already been dyed gray. That was the color that represented the myriad world god laws. At this moment, at the intersection of the chaos great cosmos and the immemorial void universe, this place was filled with endless, disorderly chaos. The 2 worlds intersected, causing space-time to be chaotic, inverted, and distorted. An ancient palace appeared here. It was overflowing with purple, as if it had suppressed an immeasurable amount of space-time. The terrifying power of the 2 worlds could not shake this palace at all. Purple Cloud Palace. In this huge palace, the palace door suddenly opened, and the 6 great Tao ancestors walked out. This Hongjun Taoist is really unfathomable. It is not wrong for us to be his disciple. The 6 great Tao ancestors looked confused. Suddenly, a figure laughed faintly. Seeking the Tao in the morning is like dying in the evening. It is only right that the one who has achieved the Tao is the master. The Ghost Lord smiled. He was just an unofficial disciple. However, in the next moment, the 6 primordial Tao ancestors' expressions changed slightly. They looked over and saw an enchanting Tao ancestor under a chaotic ancient tree in front of the Purple Cloud Palace. She seemed to have been waiting for them for a long time. Tao, Ancestor Empress Hua. The 6 great Tao ancestors had strange expressions. They had already seen the chaos great Tao ancestors and naturally recognized this last disciple of Hongjun Taoist. Chapter 1446. Greetings, Tao Ancestor Empress Hua. When the six of them walked past, they nodded slightly at Empress Hua. Then, they prepared to go to the side hall to consolidate what they had learned from Taoist Hongjun's lecture. This was a rare opportunity to listen to a supreme ruler, the eternal Tao ancestor, preach the Tao. This was a great opportunity that might not come by in countless eras. Taoist Hongjun only preached in the Purple Cloud Palace for 3 years because the 6 unnamed disciples had just joined the sect. 6 Tao ancestors, can we have a chat? Taoist Empress Hua spoke again. The 6 of them stopped and looked at Taoist Empress Hua. Their expressions were slightly strange. Then, they looked at each other, and the only female Tao ancestor, the human king, stepped forward. I've always heard that Tao ancestor Empress Hua is the founder of the human race in the primeval universe. I've never seen you before. Now that I've seen you today, you're indeed unparalleled and impressive. The human king looked indifferent. Taoist Empress Hua frowned. She glanced at the human king and saw that there was no other expression on his face. She immediately knew that he did not mean it. In fact, all the Tao ancestors in the primeval universe knew that she did not like the title of the human race's Holy Mother. The human race was personally created by Taoist Empress Hua. In fact, it was precisely because she created the most balanced Tao body in the universe that she completely comprehended the mysteries of creation and Tao integration. However, Taoist Empress Hua did not like the human race from the bottom of her heart. The human race was just a race that she had casually created. This race was originally just food for the demon race under her command. It was a character that was not valued. However, not only did this character produce many experts, but it also defeated the demon race that she had high hopes for and replaced them as the overlord of the primeval universe. How could such an unfilial son make her stay here? Now, in the primeval universe, many of the great divine powers who had attained the Tao were spreading rumors that she, Taoist Empress Hua, was blind as a bat. Of course, there were even more great divine powers of the human race who did not buy her account. There were even King Zhou and Dxin who had publicly blasphemed her. Tao ancestor Shunda, you're too kind. Taoist Empress Hua frowned and talked to the human king for a while before getting straight to the point. What do you think of my demon court? Taoist Empress Hua looked at the 6 primordial Tao ancestors with a slightly eager look. The human king, demon master, Dugu Baitian, ancestor Chun Zhan, and ghost lord exchanged glances. Clearly, this Tao ancestor Empress Hua had come to rope them in on behalf of the demon court. Unfortunately, the 6 of them did not have a good impression of the Holy Mother. The 6 of them were all from the human race. They were pure-blooded humans of the immemorial void great cosmos, especially the human king. She had once been the empress of the immemorial void great cosmos. She had unified the great cosmos and suppressed all races. If Taoist Empress Hua had come to draw them to her side as the holy mother of the human race, the 6 Tao patriarchs might have given her some face. But since she had come as a demon emperor of the demon race, they had no choice but to politely decline. Moreover, these days, the 6 Tao ancestors from the primitive era had a preliminary understanding of the current distribution of forces in untainted land. They had already met the Tao ancestors from other major forces. The demon race was just trying to survive in the cracks between the 2 major forces, Buddhism sect and Xian sect. If not for the 4 guardian divine beast kings suppressing the 4 extremes, the entire demon race would have been divided and devoured. Taoist Empress Hua did want to rope in the 6 Tao ancestors from the immemorial void great cosmos, even though she knew that it was extremely difficult. But she had to try to rope them in. With the opening of the immemorial void great cosmos, new Tao ancestors from Xian sect and Buddhism sect would be born one after another. The demon race would be weakened, and the situation would be even worse. She had to do her best to fight for it. Even if it were 2 or 1 Tao ancestor joining the demon court, it would be good. That way, the current decline of the demon race could be reversed. She was disappointed. Among the 6 Tao ancestors from the immemorial void great cosmos, all of them were from the human race. How good would it be if they were all Tao ancestors from the demon race? Senior Sister Empress Hua, if you only want to rope us in, I'm sorry to disappoint you. The human king shook his head slightly. Then he glanced at the slightly disappointed Taoist Empress Hua. Senior Sister Empress Hua, if there's nothing else, we're going to cultivate in seclusion. Everyone, please wait a moment. Taoist Empress Hua suppressed her disappointment and hurriedly spoke again. The 6 of them looked over. Tao Ancestor Empress Hua, is there anything else? The human king frowned. Taoist Empress Hua's face flashed with ruthlessness. I'd like to make a deal with everyone here. The 6 of them looked at each other, and their expressions changed. They were slightly surprised. Duga Baitian said, "What deal? Please help me kill someone." Taoist Empress Hua's crystal clear eyes flashed with fierceness. A Tao ancestor. The chaos in the immemorial void great cosmos lasted for a long time. Tao ancestor Dong Hai, Chun Nan, 7 absolute fairy, and several other immemorial gods attacked everywhere. Not only were the chaos marquises from the remnant tribe of chaos in the midst of reincarnation and could return at any time, but many extraterritorial experts who had escaped a calamity also suffered. Many people were directly killed, and a small number were directly suppressed. Only a few used special methods to hide. However, Chun Nan controlled the current heavenly Tao and searched all heavens. It was extremely difficult to hide, and they could be exposed at any time and suffer a thunderous blow. In the past year, there were also ancient experts who tried to reach the immemorial void great Tao before the immemorial gods. For example, among the Western ancestral gods, the ancestor god of fire, the ancestor god of destruction of the immemorial 6 paths, the strongest war god of the West, Caesar, and the great demon king of the East, Dongfang Xiaotian. These ancestor gods were the most ancient of the gods and were at the level of the ancestral gods. However, they failed one after another and completely fell, which shocked the gods greatly. Many immemorial gods who were eager to try again restrained themselves and settled their state of mind. However, one could imagine that there would definitely be more immemorial gods who would try to reach the immemorial void great Tao. While most of them failed, there would definitely be people who succeeded. In the Green Lotus Peak, Qin Feng had been comprehending the myriad world god laws. In a year's time, almost half of the green lotus flowers had been converted into the myriad world godly laws. However, according to Qin Feng, it would take at least 7 to 8 years for it to be completely transformed into the myriad world god laws. For an ordinary Tao ancestor, this was already considered extremely fast. To be able to comprehend the myriad world god laws and understand the changes of the myriad world in just 10 years, how fast was that? However, in Qin Feng's opinion, 7 to 8 years was too long. This speed was too slow. The 6 immemorial Tao ancestors would definitely return in 2 years, or at least 1 year. Qin Feng did not like to put his life in the hands of an unknown fate. Moreover, the Spirit Sea Realm's transformation was imminent. This was a great opportunity that was hard to come by in countless eras. He could not just sit back and watch. He was now in a situation where he was struggling to survive. The opportunity for the Spirit Sea Realm to advance to the Spirit Sea Void great universe must not be missed. It was the only opportunity for him to complete the creation great Tao in a short period of time. Submitted to the publishing house, organized it for an afternoon, and just finished. Let's see if we can negotiate the traditional copyright. Chapter 1447. It seems that there are some things that I have to do. Qin Feng's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Fate. If he wanted to comprehend the myriad world divine laws in the depths of the endless void and leave the immemorial void universe in a short time, he could only rely on the fate of this world. However, it was not enough to just control the Crossing Sea Zen sect. Not only had the Buddhism sect not flourished in this world, But there was also more than one Buddhism sect in the world of Buddhism. There were many innate gods and races where innate life forms gathered. After pondering for a while, Qin Feng walked out of the green lotus peak and looked at the void. This world had long been occupied by many immemorial gods, each with their own strength, and they were closely connected to the 6 Tao ancestors of the immemorial void. Being able to interfere with a small force like the Crossing Sea Zen sect was already the limit. If he attacked the main forces of those big forces, he would easily attract the hostility of many immemorial gods. Qin Feng was also concerned about some ordinary immemorial gods. If he attracted the East Sea Tao ancestor to attack, it would be difficult to determine the winner without a few years of fighting. When the 6 Tao ancestors returned, he, Tao, ancestor creation, would be in trouble. However, if he only focused on those small sects, even if he picked up 7 or 8 more forces like the Crossing Sea Zen sect, he might not be able to comprehend the myriad world divine laws in a few years. Qin Feng frowned and pondered. After a while, a lightning-like light suddenly appeared in his mind. It was like a dream. Why did he have to go and conquer other sects? Wasn't that stupid? Who said that one had to fight and kill to seize fate? Junbuan, that Tao ancestor Hongjun, had passed down the great Tao since ancient times. He had helped that Tao ancestor accumulate a huge amount of luck. If it were not for the 3,000 great divines in the Purple Cloud Palace and the help of their fate, would Tao ancestor Hongjun have today's clear ghost and be respected? This was probably a question mark, right? Wasn't the same thing happening in the primordial void great cosmos? All living things in the world, in the hands of the gods, were ignorant of the great Tao and did not know the way. Qin Feng felt that he had been putting the cart before the horse all this time. Thinking of the key point, his eyes lit up and he laughed. With a wave of his sleeve, beams of light landed around the green lotus peak, cleaning up the many peaks and refining them. Sharpening the axe would not delay the work of chopping firewood. In any case, he had to be the ancestor of imparting the Tao for once, but he could not be too shabby. What a joke to all the gods. Half a month later, around the green lotus peak, numerous mountain peaks shone brightly. 7 colored rays of light shone in an endless stream. Numerous spiritual veins surrounded and protected the green lotus peak. It was as if the ancestor of hundreds of spiritual veins had been born under the green lotus peak. Many spiritual roots were swaying in the wind, and there was no lack of precious immortal puppets and divine plants among them. Strands of rare, innate, chaotic purple chi surged, and it was truly indescribably sacred. Qin Feng looked around and walked to the entrance of the green lotus Taoist palace. He pointed at the void, and auspicious lights shone around him. A 7-color divine radiance shot up into the sky. He opened his eyes slightly, and his starry eyes shone brightly. He looked at the sky and shouted, "I'm the green lotus Taoist creation, and I've achieved the Tao. I feel that the great Tao is difficult, and it's difficult for all living beings to seek the Tao. I understand the will of heaven, and in 3 months, I'll hold a sermon in front of the green lotus mountain. I'll impart the great Tao of chaos to all those who are fated to come." With the cultivation of a Tao ancestor and the manifestation of the great Tao, Qin Feng's voice spread throughout the entire immemorial void universe. In the immemorial void universe, the first person to feel this change was the innate life and death Tao ancestor Dong Hai, who was pondering the creation of the life and death Tao universe in the small 6 paths. He was dressed in a black robe, and he had white hair and a youthful face. After achieving the Tao, his originally sloppy appearance had also changed. He looked more mysterious, and his figure seemed to have descended from the great Tao. He raised his head and looked in the direction of the green lotus mountain. He's actually publicizing the secrets of the great Tao and imparting the Tao to all living beings. Tao ancestor Dong Hai was slightly stunned. What exactly is this green lotus Taoist ancestor planning? Tao ancestor Dong Hai did not quite understand. The immemorial void universe was obviously different from the primitive universe. Discussing the Tao and imparting the Tao to all living beings was somewhat inconceivable. The mystery of the great Tao was the foundation of each sect. No one was allowed to impart it to outsiders. For example, some disciples were forced to swear an oath after entering a sect that they would never impart their cultivation techniques to outsiders. Otherwise, they would be punished by the heavens. Even a broad-minded and open-minded person like him would only impart the mystery of the great Tao to a few people closest to him after achieving the Tao, such as Chun Nan and the Seven Absolute Fairy. As for the other immemorial gods, they could forget about it. Those immemorial gods also had a tacit understanding to not ask. It seems that the creation of the 6 paths of reincarnation is imperative. Tao ancestor Donghai looked at the 6 paths of reincarnation. Although he did not know what Qin Feng was planning, Tao ancestor Donghai knew that as Tao ancestor fate, Tao imparted the Tao to all living beings, there would definitely be immemorial gods who would achieve the Tao in a short period of time. The 6 paths of reincarnation involved the great Tao battle between him and Tao ancestor Dongji of the alternate universe. He could not let it create unnecessary problems. Heaven Realm, Zhongzhou City. After extinguishing many chaos nobles in the midst of reincarnation and eliminating some hidden dangers, Chun Nan entered seclusion and was prepared to not come out until he achieved the Tao. Qin Feng's aura, like the descent of the great Tao, came. Chun Nan, who was in seclusion, opened his eyes and frowned as he looked at Green Lotus Peak. What is that Tao ancestor doing? Chun Nan was puzzled. In his opinion, Tao ancestor Fate Tao was not a generous person. Previously, when he came to the mountain to seek the Tao, he was ruthlessly extorted by this Tao ancestor. He even paid a considerable price. Why would he suddenly preach the Tao? But no matter what, his breadth of mind is worthy of recognition. Chun Nan continued to close his eyes. He had already obtained the mysteries of the great Tao and supreme secret arts from Qin Feng. In addition, he had the heavenly Tao in his hands. After piercing through the window paper, Tao fusing was already in sight. In the Easter Dragon race, the purple gold divine dragon, the dragon babies, and the 5 great innate dragon kings were also alarmed when the voice spread. A Tao ancestor preaching the Tao. Many dragon race experts' eyes lit up. Even the purple gold divine dragon, the great virtuous heavenly dragon, and the mighty heavenly dragon looked surprised. They were not Chun Nan, and they were not as freakish as him. They had the sharp weapon of heavenly Tao. They did not have time to deduce their own Tao fusing techniques. That realm was hazy, and although it was tempting, it was unattainable. Now that Tao ancestor Fate Tao was preaching, they could take the opportunity to peek into the mysteries of that realm. Are we going or not? The purple gold divine dragon looked at the dragon kings in the Dragon Valley. Of course, why not? The dragon kings all spoke in unison. At the same time, not only the Eastern dragon race experts, but also the Western dragon race, the phoenix race of the 100,000 mountains in the south, the gods of the heaven domain, the star gods in the starry sky, and some ancient experts hidden in the West Earth were all alarmed. After giving out instructions, streaks of light rushed towards Green Lotus Peak. The primordial void universe was boundless. Not only the primordial gods, but some innate gods born in this era also sensed the arrival of an opportunity. They hurriedly closed their cave abodes and instructed their disciples to not cause trouble. Then, they closed their doors and rushed toward Green Lotus Peak. Chapter 1448. The immemorial void universe had a long history. Although there were many innate gods who were thirsty for Tao, there were also some who were deep in thought, cold, or disdainful. There were even some who were full of malice. Apart from that, there were also the Chun family on the moon, the Buddhas of the Buddhist sect, some peerless great mediums from the second heaven realm and the third heaven realm, such as the peerless King Chu Xiangyu, the ancient war soul of the starry sky, the sun ancestor god, Qing Imo, the war emperor, and other ancient kings who were indifferent. This Tao ancestor Zhao Hua is quite ambitious. He's just a newborn innate Tao ancestor. Isn't he afraid that the wind will cut his tongue? The tallest tree in the forest will be blown away by the wind. He's digging his own grave. He wants to be the ancestor of all Tao. Let's see what will happen after the two worlds merge. The countries in the human world were cleared. The remaining extraterrestrial experts also noticed the commotion. They either frowned, were indifferent, disdainful, or were angry. The experts of the immemorial void universe didn't understand the meaning of this. But how could the experts of the primitive void universe not understand? Even some of the Buddhist Tao fathers were enraged, as if their exclusive property had been snatched away by someone else, and a nameless flame of jealousy surged. Most of the remaining extraterrestrial experts were full of malice. The moment the voice spread across the world, a mysterious, ancient Taoist in gray robes who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed in the purple cloud palace in the midst of the chaos of the great cosmos of the two worlds suddenly opened his eyes that had not been seen for 10,000 years. He glanced at the primordial void and then closed his eyes with an indifferent expression. It wasn't just the purple cloud palace. The 6 primordial Tao ancestors and Tao ancestor Empress Hua, who were meditating within the purple cloud palace, had also sensed the disturbance. You want to be the ancestor of all Tao and preach Tao? You're really digging your own grave. Now, even the Buddhist sect can't protect you. Tao ancestor Empress Hua was shocked at first, then she sneered. In the side hall, Dugu Baitian, Devil Lord, Ghost Lord, Ancestor Chun, Human King, and Chen Zhan were all expressionless. However, it could be seen that several of them had angry expressions on their faces. If they did not know the significance of the ancestor of all Tao, it would have been fine. However, after entering the Purple Cloud Palace, the 6 of them had their horizons broadened. How could they not understand the significance of this action? That Tao ancestor Zhao Hua's action was undoubtedly snatching treasures from everyone's back garden. Moreover, it was a very important treasure. How could this not make the 6 people's hearts not surge with anger? The original form of the ancient continent was the shattered Tian-Yuan continent. The new ancient continent was basically boundless compared to the Tian-Yuan continent. Other than the human kingdoms in the center, many ancient god-fiend sects have been born in the wilderness. Some powerful innate gods had even established god-fiend dynasties. There were many ancient races there. They were all born with the blood of god spirits. They were not as strong as the humans in the center of the East, but they were developing quickly. Hearing the loud sound that reverberated throughout the entire ancient continent, some almighty experts were immediately shaken. They put down the things in their hands and headed toward Green Lotus Mountain in the eastern part of the ancient continent. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the gate of Green Lotus Mountain in the eastern part of the ancient continent was wide open. There were several pairs of male and female attendants in front of the gate to welcome people from all directions. There was a magnificent palace on Green Lotus Mountain. Divine light flickered on it. The words Green Lotus Tao Palace were simple and grand. They seemed to contain endless laws of the great Tao. When ordinary innate gods saw these 3 words, they could immediately open all their apertures, cultivate their nascent spirits, and become immortals. Outside Green Lotus Palace, there was a huge round lotus pond in the center. Green lotuses bloomed in the pond. The lotus leaves reached the sky like huge banana leaves. In the pond, the water rippled. There was a 7-colored light rising. The rich, innate Taoist rhyme was astonishing. It seemed to contain all the innate water Taoist rhymes in the world. With the round lotus pond as the center, there seemed to be a huge circular plaza. There were hundreds of jade-colored steps on top of it. The huge plaza was already filled with all kinds of innate gods. There was no lack of innate gods. These Sciention life forms all had strange appearances. Some of them were burly and invisible, breathing out endless black fog. Some were in the shape of boys and looked like people who had achieved Tao. There were also people with murderous looks. There was also a group of female cultivators. They looked weak and pitiful, but in fact they were terrifying innate gods. Those who could pass through countless steps and reach the plaza on the mountainside were not weak. The jade steps rose from the bottom of Green Lotus Mountain and spiraled up like a jade dragon. However, there was still the majesty of the great Tao left on the steppes. Those who did not have great willpower, wisdom, and courage would never be able to reach Green Lotus Tao Palace. Most of them could only hover at the foot of the mountain or remain on the steppes. There were not many experts who could reach Green Lotus Mountain, but most of them were the best among the innate gods. For example, the famous Everlasting Emperor of the Everlasting Dynasty in the wilderness. The Everlasting Emperor was an innate saint spirit born from an innate everlasting green wood in the eastern part of the ancient continent. He was the innate master of the myriad with spiritual root and was extremely powerful. There was also the Emperor of the Zhangxiong Holy Dynasty, the Zhangxiong Emperor. The Firmament Emperor was not a simple character. He was an innate divine spirit born from the nine heavens' clear chi. Rumor had it that he had obtained the favor of an ancient god. He had combined it with an ancient scripture and cultivated an indestructible true body. His strength was not inferior to some ancient gods. There was also the Emperor of the Limitless Dynasty, the Limitless Emperor. The King of the Blackwood Sacred Ground, the Blackwood King. The Yuanxiang Heavenly Demon born from the resentment of the heavens. The Peerless King of the innate divine beasts, the Sky-Devouring Emperor. The Qinquan Emperor formed from the innate yin and yang qi. The five elements Taoist born from the innate five elements qi. There were also many powerful innate gods born from the innate essence qi. At least, they had the strength of a peak immortal. Many of them had entered the heaven realm, and the powerful ones had already touched the heaven-defying bottleneck of the heaven realm. They were blessed by nature. However, on the incomparably huge Green Lotus Mountain, even the most powerful innate gods were only qualified to listen to the Tao on the square. Even some ancient immemorial gods could only sit slightly closer to the front of the square. At this time, countless innate gods had gathered outside Green Lotus Mountain. Many of them couldn't even enter the foot of the mountain and could only sit cross-legged on a mountain peak or a hill at the foot of the mountain to listen to the Tao. Only the most powerful immemorial gods sat on the steps, such as the Old Tyrant, Divine Lord Qilin, Space-Time God, Skirich Fiend God, Divine Lord Wuhan, Purple Lightning Monarch, Kongming God, and other immemorial gods. However, although the number of innate gods and life forms who came to listen to the Tao was beyond imagination, these arrogant and unruly innate gods and life forms all sat down according to their strength. Many innate gods and life forms had no parents and were born by nature. They were unruly, but they also knew how to respect their teachers. Chapter 1449. It was noon. In front of the Green Lotus Palace, a cloud bed appeared. A mysterious voice in white silently appeared on the cloud bed. He sat down. As soon as his figure appeared, it was as if the great path of heaven and earth was drifting outside. His boundless might was immeasurable. Looking at the crowd, his eyes were clear and cold, like the unchanging heaven and earth, filled with endless coldness and majesty. Seeing that everyone had arrived, the time had come. Countless rays of inconceivable light bloomed from the heart of his brows. There was the light of wisdom, light of radiance, light of majesty, light of solemnity, light of tranquility, light of treasure, and all sorts of inconceivable lights. The light shot straight into the sky and cleansed the universe in all directions. Only I, the Hongmeng, is still outside the emptiness and solitude. In the mystery, I see it, but do not see it, hear it, but do not hear it. If words exist, its form cannot be seen. If words do not exist, all things are born from it. Outside the eight surfaces, they gradually begin to separate. During the flood era, there was no heaven and earth. The void was not divided, the clear and turbid were not determined, and there was only mystery and solitude. As for the myriad calamity, the flood calamity was judged, and there was the origin. As for hundred success takes 810,000 years, and there is the absolute beginning. During the absolute beginning, Hongmeng descended from the void and became the absolute beginning's teacher. He spat out 480,000 scrolls of the heaven-opening scripture. There were 480,000 words in one scroll, and each word spanned 100 miles to teach Tai Chu. Primordial beginnings separated heaven and earth, dissected clear and turbid, set up images, set up north and south, set up east and west, opened up darkness and revealed light. Qin Feng did not directly explain the various secret techniques of creation. Instead, it was just like how Hongjun ancestor taught the yellow court in the past. He directly talked about the origin of heaven and earth and used the grandness of heaven and earth to deduce the mysteries of the great Tao for all living beings. It described the evolution of the primordial chaos, the process of the primordial chaos, 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 and the primordial chaos. Behind him, a huge, boundless primordial world appeared. This world was primal chaos. There was no change, only eternal silence. It was a boundless primal chaos of nothingness. Yin and Yang remained unchanged. It was vast and empty. There was no light, no image, no form, no name. It was very quiet, until one day there was a sudden change in the center of the world. A faint purple aura appeared in the world, filling up the entire universe with tangible matter. The chaotic world appeared, and the most primeval chaotic aura began to appear in the world. A seed in the center sprouted and gradually evolved into a boundless chaos lotus. As it grew bigger and bigger, it gradually filled up the entire vast chaos. One day, the chaotic world began to shake, and huge waves of chaos emerged. Earth, fire, wind, and water emerged and destroyed the chaos lotus. In other words, the chaos lotus grew to the extreme and began to disintegrate. Infinity gave birth to Tai Chi, Yin and Yang, and 4 divisions followed. Tao gave birth to 1, 1 gave birth to 2, 3 gave birth to all living beings. Pieces of lotus settled in the chaos, mixing with the chaos and evolving into mountains, rivers, clouds, lightning, the sun, the moon, and stars. There were even tiny petals that turned into countless fertile fields and beautiful jade, nourishing all living beings. This was Qin Feng's understanding of the primal chaos and the creation of the green lotus. Although there was no secret technique to cultivate, many innate gods and Tao were able to directly understand the existence of the great Tao. In the creation of heaven and earth, they felt the existence of the great Tao that was most suitable for them, and then evolved into 3,000 great Taos and 800 side doors. As the saying went, there was water in 1,000 rivers, moon in 1,000 rivers, cloudless sky for 10,000 miles. It was a part of heaven and earth, but every innate god had a different understanding of heaven and earth. For example, in the eyes of fire elemental experts, the scriptures spoken by Tao, ancestor creation, evolved into the red sun of heaven and earth, and all living beings moved around the red sun. As for the water elemental innate gods, the innumerable scriptures turned into a boundless torrent. In heaven and earth, only the water element was supreme. When it was born, it gave birth to all living beings, and when it was destroyed, it could sweep away the bottom and freeze all eternity. Every expert's cultivation path was different, and the mysteries of the great Tao they obtained were also different. What they saw and understood were completely different. It was not only the green lotus mountain. The huge supreme Tao rhythm spread, and not only did the innate gods on the steps benefit from it. At the foot of the mountain, the sound of Tao spread, and countless innate life forms also seemed to see the birth of heaven and earth, and the supreme realm of Tao evolved from chaos. Countless innate chaos chi turned into innate flower petals, and the chi of merit and black yellow merged into golden lotuses that floated into the bodies of countless innate life forms. They only felt that in the depths of their souls, in their sea of consciousness, there was a deafening sound, and the sound was formless. It was like being bathed in the supreme dew. Rays of light broke out of their bodies, turning into rays of light that illuminated the horizon, and their strength increased greatly. At the same time, the sound of Tao gradually spread from the eastern part of the Archean continent to the boundless Archean continent, shrouding the entire East. Countless postnatal life forms with chaotic intelligence heard the sound of the great Tao, developed spiritual intelligence, and comprehended the supreme transcendence Dharma. They came to Green Lotus Mountain in groups, only wanting to hear the great Tao of innate transcendence. This scene only made the remaining immemorial gods and ancient experts in heaven and earth, who had not wavered, pale and speechless. This action alone had opened up the path of cultivation for hundreds of millions of life forms. It could be said that the merit was boundless. It was enough to be called the teacher of all saints, the teacher of all gods, and a teacher of all Taos. Even if Tao ancestor creation did not establish a force, no immemorial gods could easily act rashly, or else they would have to bear the karma of the innumerable gods listening to the Tao. Many immemorial gods who were cold and disdainful finally understood the true meaning of Tao ancestor creation's action. For a moment, they were suddenly enlightened and immediately regretted it. They had missed such an opportunity in vain. On the cloud platform, 33 rays of divine light shot into the sky around Qin Feng, and infinite Tao rhymes were born. His wise eyes flashed with a crystalline and mysterious light. Clear air lingered, white clouds lingered, multicolored lights spread across, and rainbows surrounded him. He was also deeply immersed in the great Tao, unable to extricate himself. This was no longer him preaching the Tao, but the great Tao of heaven and earth. With the help of him, the Tao ancestor was deducing the changes of the great Tao of heaven and earth. As the saying goes, the heavens and earth have the same power. The divine laws of the myriad worlds above his head completed the transformation almost in an instant. At the same time, the grade of the lotus was gradually increasing, and with the nourishment of fate, his understanding of the innate great Tao of creation increased. The 7th grade lotus bloomed quietly, and with his understanding, it was still improving bit by bit. On the other side, the lotus seed above his head was also absorbing the surging fate, speeding up the absorption of the chaos diagram he had obtained from the King of Chaos. The diagram contained infinite primordial chaos chi as it was swallowed by the lotus seed. It was visible to the naked eye, rooted in the chaos diagram, and bloomed rapidly. The 12th grade lotus platform grew rapidly. Unexpectedly, it was no longer a 12th grade lotus, but had turned into the color of chaos. After absorbing the chaos diagram, the supreme treasure that the King of Chaos had refined for countless years, and shattering it into pieces, it grew a 13th grade lotus leaf. It rose up and down like a god of chaos in the process of being born. There was an extremely strong force being born, but there were still flaws. But it had already become an innate spirit treasure. Chapter 1450. At the same time, the huge world behind Qin Feng soared into the sky. There was a chaos lotus with 3 leaves, explaining the Tao of creation. 3 gave birth to all things, hazy chaos. Chaos seed green lotus. The 13th grade chaos lotus flew down, and the 2 lotuses merged. A 14th lotus bloomed at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, the 7th grade lotus above Qin Feng's head, which symbolized the innate Tao of creation, produced 8th grade lotus leaves after absorbing the mysteries of the Tao. A year's time was extremely short. Although he was preaching, for Qin Feng, it was no less than an epiphany. Immersed in the Tao, his mind couldn't extricate itself. But with the opportunity to advance in the void of his spiritual sea, Qin Feng forced himself to wake up with great willpower. The Tao voice froze. Many innate life forms and innate gods woke up from the Tao state. This time's Tao preaching ends here. Everyone go back. As soon as his voice fell, Qin Feng glanced at the innate life forms and innate gods, and his figure disappeared from the cloud bed. Suddenly waking up from the Tao state, many innate life forms and innate gods were slightly regretful, but they still said, "Teacher is merciful." After 3 kowtows, many innate life forms and innate gods retreated. I've benefited a lot. At the foot of the mountain, the holy lord of traceless sacred ground, Luo Wuhan, had a trace of unconcealable joy and regret. It's a pity that Tao Ancestor Creation's Tao preaching time is too short. Only a year. He was one of the ancient gods and had reached the ancestor god realm long ago. But without an inheritance, his future was cut off. In the past year, although Tao Ancestor Creation had only demonstrated a small part of the mysteries of each realm, it wasn't difficult to find the context and summarize his own Tao attainment method. There was hope for Tao integration. Innate gods like us are born as lesser gods, and with a little cultivation, we can reach the middle god realm. After that, we can reach the higher god realm, god king realm, god emperor realm. As long as a high-level innate god appears, it's not difficult to reach the god king realm. A god in green clothes was full of envy. Only the god emperor and ancestor god realms can shackle us high-level innate gods. His Majesty Wuhan's breakthrough today is really enviable. The god in green clothes was a new innate god in this era. He was a high-level innate god born from the innate wind origin chi. He could feel that he had touched the ancestor god realm after this preaching. Beside him, many innate gods nodded. The new epoch arrived. Before the heavenly Tao broke, the era of the heaven rank had already passed. This was an era that belonged to the gods. The gods were more willing to use the method of the gods to determine the level of cultivation and status of those who were superior and inferior. As for the realm of Tao Ancestor, many innate gods called it Shun God in private. In this new era, this title had spread among many innate gods. The high-level innate gods, the gods. Although they were all godly spirits that were born from the innate essence chi, there were still differences between them. Those who were weaker were called innate living beings or innate saint spirits. And those who could condense a strand of innate divinity before the innate transformation were low-level innate gods. Those who could condense innate divinity and develop intelligence before the transformation were mid-level innate gods. Mid-level innate gods possessed mid-level innate gods' godly strength. High-level innate gods were very rare. These innate gods were mostly of noble birth, and they were definitely the upper echelons of the innate gods. For example, the god in green clothes was born from the innate wind origin chi. He obtained a part of the innate wind origin, which gave him the godly strength of a high-level innate god. The innate wind origin chi gave birth to many innate gods of the wind element, but only 1 in 100,000 high-level innate gods could be born. Although the high-grade gods had a noble status and could be called the upper echelons of the innate gods, they were definitely not the kings of the innate gods. Those who could be called kings were some of the innate deity kings. They possessed the power of an innate deity king the moment they transformed. In the eyes of the gods, Blackwood King, Thick Earth King, Iron Sword King, the dragon race's 5 innate dragon kings, the phoenix race's elders, the Chelan race's 4 innate Chelan kings, the golden crow race's 2 innate golden crow kings, and the light race's several light kings. However, the strongest were still the deity kings born from the origin. Although they were all innate deity kings, they were undoubtedly stronger and had greater innate advantages. For example, the heavenly demon born from the heaven opening clear chi, the heavenly demon born from the heaven's resentment chi, the light race's saint lord, light's saint ancestor. There was also the peerless innate god beast king, the current ruler of the heaven-devouring divine court, heaven-devouring great monarch. Qian Kuan sacred grounds, Qian Kuan royal lord. 5 elemental Taoist born from the innate 5 elemental chi. Darkness race, the origin of darkness, the ruler born from the darkness saint ancestor. Many experts benefited greatly from this and left in a hurry. Green Lotus Mountain became quiet again. The Green Lotus Mountain that was born at this time was different from the past. It was no longer unknown. Although it wasn't majestic and couldn't be compared to some of the top divine mountains in the wilderness, it had become a holy land in the eyes of all living beings and gods. There was no other reason. Countless innate life forms and innate gods once listened to the Tao here. In the Green Lotus Mountain, when all the living beings retreated, a vast amount of luck accompanied by the black-yellow merit descended. Thick golden light poured down like a waterfall and poured into the primordial light above Qin Feng's head. This was the fortune and merit of enlightening all living beings. Such a huge amount of merit shook the heavens and earth, startling countless ancient existences. They were all shocked and envious. Such a huge amount of merit aura was a first in the primordial void since the creation of the world. What a pity! At this moment, countless ancient ancestor gods were secretly regretting. However, there were also some ancient ancestor gods that learned from the humiliation. They imitated the actions of the good fortune saint god and opened their mountain gates to preach the great Tao. Although their gains weren't as great as the good fortune saint gods, they were still considerable. As a result, many ancient ancestor gods took action. In a short period of time, the entire primordial continent was bustling with activity. When that massive amount of merit fell, Qin Feng didn't immediately swallow it with his Yuan Shan. At the Saint God realm and Tao ancestor realm, even profound yellow merit didn't have much use. It was impossible for it to be like an ordinary god's sovereign or ancestor god, where swallowing it would increase one's cultivation by 1,000 or 10,000 years. The Saint God realm was no longer measured by 1,000 or 10,000 years. Instead, it was measured by 100,000 years or even 1,000,000 years. It could be said to be the overlord of time. Qin Feng simply used the 14th grade Chaos Lotus to absorb it. After swallowing that massive amount of profound yellow merit, the 14th grade Chaos Lotus began to shine with a dazzling light. Chapter 1451. Nourished by the boundless Xianhuang merit, the Chaos Lotus throne seemed to have broken through its limits. The 15th, 16th, 17th, and 18th grades bloomed one after another. In the misty chaos, in the primordial Chaos Lotus, the primordial indestructible spirit light absorbed the torrential natural rewards and completely turned into a primordial embryo of Tao of creation. Vaguely, it blended with Qin Feng's grade 8 lotus that represented the primordial Tao of creation, seeming to be endlessly mysterious. The 18th grade Chaos Lotus Throne's defense was boundless. With this supreme treasure, even if the 17th grade Chaos Tao ancestor attacked, Qin Feng would still have some ability to protect himself. Qin Feng could feel that the 18th grade Chaos Lotus Throne had achieved its dream after absorbing the Enlightenment merit. The 9 innate spiritual seals had merged into one and transformed into an innate Tao embryo of creation. And if he wanted to break through, it would have to be upgraded to an innate pure yang spiritual treasure. But it was basically impossible to do so in a short period of time. It needed time to settle down. Looking at the remaining merit of cunning, Qin Feng simply converted it all into innate world origin force and poured it into the creator space. The creator space that had already reached the chaos level received this massive amount of world origin force and immediately underwent countless changes. A huge blazing sun was born after absorbing the boundless innate chaos origin force. It was incomparably blazing and illuminated all things. Vaguely, there was an innate sun god being born within. Another huge silver moon appeared at the same time. The sun and moon alternated, and stars appeared in the chaos. They were boundless and had the power to freeze heaven and earth. The lowest level of reincarnation, the changes of the 4 seasons, and the alternation of life and death. It was as if numerous laws had materialized. Earth, water, wind, fire, and countless post-celestial laws. Vaguely, purple clouds appeared. The deity position in the purple clouds condensed. From today onwards, the Chaos Level Creator Space was officially born. The Chaos Level was achieved. At the same time, a mighty force was fed back to Qin Feng, who was mentally connected to the Creator Space. His primordial spirit and Tao body expanded rapidly. It was as if he had eaten a dozen thousand-year-old ginseng in one bite. Qin Feng almost couldn't control the terrifying surge of power and exploded to death. Circulating a mysterious technique, he forcibly refined it inch by inch. His Tao body and primordial spirit changed tens of thousands of times in an instant. A terrifying chaos aura surrounded him, as if he was the Pangu god who created the world. Although he was still a rank 16 lord, Qin Feng sensed that he seemed to have become several times more powerful than before. Qin Feng was no ordinary overgod in the first place. He had accumulated a great deal of wealth, far surpassing ordinary overgods. Now that his cultivation had increased again, he could be considered as one of the best among rank 16 overgods. He was one of the most powerful. Overgods, overgods, overgods. Were overgods by overgods by overgods by overgods were. Overgod, overgods, overgods by overgods to overgods, overgods to overgods to overgods. With Qin Feng's current cultivation base, he could be considered one of the top rank 16 overgods. He finally had the confidence to truly qualify as a chess player. With the help of enlightenment, I've bloomed 8 flowers in one step. That's an unexpected gain. The primordial 6 great Tao ancestors should be back soon. It's time to return to the Spirit Sea realm. The Spirit Sea realm concerns whether I can integrate the opposite Tao seed in a short period of time. I can't afford to lose it. Qin Feng smiled. He had earned a lot in the primordial void great universe this time. Apart from the advancement of the creator space, he had also replenished the world force that he had used up during the unification. With the advancement to the chaos level, the central world force pool had expanded further. Its capacity was a far cry from before. Now that it had been replenished, it was 10 times or even a dozen times more than before. He had benefited the most. Some of the Khanate life forms and Khanate gods that were born in the creator space also benefited from the benefits. All of them improved significantly. Originally, only low-level Khanate gods could be born in the creator space. Obviously, some mid-level Khanate gods could be born now. The Khanate calabash vines that grew in the central world force pool had branches and leaves that swayed in the wind. They were colorful and gleaming. Their quality had obviously improved. The 3rd and 4th Khanate gourd had gained a lot of weight. The 5th Khanate gourd had also grown in size. A few days later, Qin Feng set up a formation around Green Lotus Mountain and sealed it off. He instructed a few boys to take care of Green Lotus Mountain. Then, he disappeared from the primordial void great universe. The primordial void great universe did not stop because of Qin Feng's quiet departure. The aftermath of the Tao lecture on Green Lotus Mountain was still brewing. Countless gods were cultivating in seclusion. It was certain that after they came out of seclusion, most of them would have improved in strength. The mythical era of the primordial void great universe was about to arrive. It would be an era that surpassed any era. Soon, there would be a batch of innate deity kings that were qualified to break through to the Ishun god level. 7 months later, in the primordial void great universe, 6 towering auras suddenly appeared in the 6 huge godly mountains of the primordial continent. Almost at the same time, the 6 auras appeared outside of Green Lotus Mountain. The huge Green Lotus Mountain trembled, but the 6 Tao ancestors did not gain anything. The creator space's power was boundless. Besides the chaos level, its power had increased by 30%. Half a month later, Qin Feng appeared outside of the Linghai realm. In the chaos, Qin Feng was surrounded by the myriad world's godly laws. He could faintly resonate with the innate Taos in the chaos void. In fact, other than the innate Taos in the 33 heavens void, the innate Taos also existed everywhere in the chaos void. Theoretically, there was also the possibility of Tao convergence. However, it was just a theory. Although the innate Taos were everywhere in the chaos void, they were extremely chaotic, modeled, vast, and abnormally strong. It was impossible to Tao convergence. If any expert tried to Tao convergence in the chaos void, they wouldn't even be able to complete the first step of intercepting the Taos, not to mention enduring the Taos backlash everywhere in the chaos void. He glanced at the Linghai realm. Although the aura of the 33 heavens was condensing in the Linghai realm, there were 3,000 post-celestial Taos and one innate Taos. However, it was still half a step away from ascending. It would take at least half a year. Glancing around the Linghai continent, Qin Feng's figure disappeared in the chaos outside the Linghai realm in a single step. A moment later, a strong power flashing with dense gray light swept over the chaos void. It was as if the chaos void was forcefully broken by this terrifying will. Strange, the Linghai realm has not ascended to the 33 heavens upper realm. How can an overgod's true body descend? He seemed to have witnessed a majestic figure stepping into the Linghai realm. A voice filled with endless majesty was filled with extreme disbelief. Chapter 1452. Qin Feng had indeed entered the spirit sea realm with his true body. Unlike the other overgods, he wasn't rejected or attacked by the spirit sea realm. As soon as he entered the spirit sea realm, it was as if he had become one with the spirit sea realm's origin. A boiling origin surrounded him, and even the void dimension was overjoyed because of this. After all, he was an overgod of this realm, and one born in this era. At the same time, Qin Feng noticed that as soon as he appeared, a second innate Tao appeared in the spirit sea realm. It was the innate creation Tao. The birth of an overgod in this era was a huge boost to the spirit sea realm. It stimulated and strengthened the spirit sea realm's foundation. Qin Feng had a natural connection with the innate creation Tao that was about to be born. It was as if it was a piece of cake for him to fuse with the Tao again. The origin boiled and many phenomena appeared. However, before these phenomena could be born, they were all suppressed by Qin Feng's peerless divine power. For now, he didn't want others to know that he had ascended to the 16th level of an innate overgod. The changes in the spirit sea realm were vaguely felt by many imperial emperors in the major factions. Some of the imperial emperors who cultivated the innate creation Tao were almost celebrating. The birth of an additional connate creation, Great Tao, gave many hope. At the same time, outside the spirit sea realm, some of the overgods who were paying close attention to this realm frowned. According to their previous calculations, the spirit sea realm would only give birth to a single connate universe Great Tao within a short period of time, and no other Great Tao would be born. Such a strange situation was beyond their expectations. Flying out from the dimension, Zhong Yu looked around in the sky. The spirit sea realm's ascension was imminent. The innate essence Qi in the void dimension was as dense as the void dimension. There were even traces of innate chaos essence Qi appearing occasionally. Wherever he looked, divine lights would burst out from time to time. Those were the signs of people turning from postnatal to innate and becoming innate gods. In his psyche, Qin Feng sensed it, and his eyes flashed with surprise. There were many high-level innate gods, and even perfected innate deity kings with rich divinity. Beautiful divine mountains and great peaks could be found everywhere. The place where Qin Feng appeared was still in the Earth Marsh state, but it was slightly away from the Flying Cloud Mountain where Primordial Xingqian School was located. As expected of the 9 great divine lands, the spirit sea realm's 3,000 spirit regions were the most beautiful. As the spirit sea realm's advancement neared, the divine great spirit veins in the depths of the earth were gradually transforming into chaos spirit veins. Soon, Qin Feng appeared at the foot of soaring Cloud Mountain. The entire flying cloud mountain seemed to have gathered the essence of the 3,000 spirit realm as the primordial chaos Xingqian school's inescapable net array was set up. Using his divine ability, Qin Feng concealed his figure and silently entered the soaring cloud mountain. Qin Feng realized that he didn't know the reason. The entire soaring cloud mountain was unexpectedly depressed. When he passed by a training field at the foot of the mountain, Qin Feng saw many people gathered together and discussing something. Have you heard? The emissary from Emperor Shi's sect is here. He's negotiating with the sect's higher-ups to give up the Earth Marsh state. Of course I have. I also heard that Emperor Shi's sect sent 2 great emperors to our primordial Xingqian school. How terrifying. 2 great emperors? Are they from the god system behind Emperor Shi's sect? How enviable. A big sect is a big sect. 2 great emperors? And a god system? Has the god system's secret been exposed? Could it be that those god systems have already made their move? Qin Feng's gaze fell on a few disciples who were discussing enthusiastically. Most of these disciples had already turned into innate saint spirit bodies. However, their statuses still seemed a little low, being only inner disciples. But from this, it could be seen that the primordial Xingqian school was in a bad situation. It seems that a lot of changes have happened in the 2 years I was gone. Qin Feng turned and walked up the stairs to the Primordial Star's main hall on Feiyu Mountain. Along the way, Qin Feng could see many disciples and elders of the primordial Xingqian school. These people seemed to be waiting by the jade steps of the Primordial Star's main hall. Qin Feng frowned. Logically speaking, with the rise of the Spirit Sea realm and the emergence of innate gods, there should be many innate gods in the top 10 sects like the primordial Xingqian school. However, what he saw was only a few. But in the next moment, his expression changed. On the mountain, in front of the primordial Xingqian school's main hall, there was a large group of innate gods. There were also many high-level innate gods and 1 or 2 innate god kings. Many of them were the original true disciples of the primordial Xingqian school or some slightly famous geniuses. They came from various sects or various spirit realms and joined a primordial Xingqian school not long ago. With the Spirit Sea realm's change, many of them had become high-level innate gods. Qin Feng's figure was hidden in the space-time, and the many innate gods did not notice his arrival. In Qin Feng's eyes, these talented innate gods gathered together and looked at the Primordial Star's main hall with fervent expressions as if they were waiting for someone to appear. One by one, they moved forward courageously and looked anxious, pushing and shoving. With a creak and a commotion, the Primordial Star's main hall opened. In the great hall above, a group of people walked out. The ones in the lead were 2 young men with imposing auras. They slowly walked out. One of them was a silver-haired young man with a pair of snow-white wings. He was tall and had a perfect appearance. There was also an indescribable sacred aura around him. However, his face was cold, and his body emitted a cold aura that made him unapproachable. The other young man was dressed in a green bee skin robe. His black hair reached his shoulders, and he looked friendly. It's the Holy Spirit, Great Monarch, and the Celestial Extreme, Great Monarch. However, when they saw the 2 young men, the group of primordial Xingqian school's young geniuses who were waiting outside the door became excited. As if they had seen their own fathers, they surrounded the 2 young men with flattering expressions. Holy Spirit, Great Monarch, Celestial Extreme, Great Monarch. I heard that your sect has broken the sect's rules and opened up the sect's rules for the first time. You're recruiting geniuses from various sects and recruiting them into your divine system. I wonder if I can enter Emperor Shi's divine system? Yes, I heard that if you enter Emperor Shi's divine system, you can directly comprehend the ancient Emperor Shi's lost arts. Is this true? Emperor Shi's divine system should be able to accept an innate deity king like me, right? The group of innate gods surrounded the 2 great monarchs. Their faces were filled with respect and eagerness as they looked forward to joining Emperor Shi's sect. Between their words, there was no lack of flattery. They had completely forgotten about their identity as primordial Xingqian school's disciples. When the few primordial Xingqian school's disciples who walked out of the main hall saw this scene, They were angry and helpless. Chapter 1453. The Holy Spirit, Great Emperor, and the Celestial Extreme, Great Emperor. Qin Feng's expression changed slightly. He had never heard of these two great emperors. Even the history of the gods and demons did not record them. They were probably extraterrestrial experts. As the Spirit Sea realm advanced, the seal on the extraterrestrial experts was loosened. Those extraterrestrial experts carried traces of the great Tao of the extraterrestrial realm. Ordinary experts could not sense them, but the Spirit Sea realm could. They could even absorb those extraterrestrial imprints as resources for advancement. The Holy Spirit Great Emperor and the Celestial Extreme Great Emperor had just broken through and were not at the peak. In the immemorial void universe, they were just ancestral gods. Such people could not even be ranked in the top 30 among the experts who attended the sermon at Green Lotus Mountain. A group of primordial chaos Xingqian school disciples and elders rushed over. The two of them glanced at the group of primordial chaos Xingqian school supreme elders, whose expressions were extremely ugly. The Holy Spirit Great Emperor looked arrogant and had no intention of speaking. On the other side, the Celestial Extreme Great Emperor smiled faintly. You're right. This time, our Emperor Shi sect is indeed opening our doors wide. For the first time, we're breaking the rules and welcoming geniuses with high-level innate gods and above to join our sect. You can see the strength of our Emperor Shi sect. We have a deep foundation and are one of the top 10 forces in the Spirit Sea realm. We can withstand any storm, unlike some nouveau riche who show their true colors when the wind blows. His words seem to have a deeper meaning. On the side, many elders loyal to the primordial chaos Xingqian school were furious. This was an undisguised insult to the primordial chaos Xingqian school. Moreover, apart from these, our Emperor Shi sect also has all kinds of cultivation resources, the best quality pills, the best martial arts techniques, and even the most valuable treasures in the sect to head to the God System's master space to listen to the Master God's preaching. However, you have to consider carefully. Are you willing to leave the primordial chaos Xingqian school? Consider? What's there to consider? We are the original disciples of Tianliang sect, Hunyuan sect, and Sun Moon Sword School. We have had enough of their arrogance. That's right. What's there to consider? The Hunyuan Xingqian school now is not the Hunyuan Xingqian school of 2 years ago. Although the Yuanshi Great Emperor and the Great Emperor of Six Paths are strong, they're nothing compared to the God system behind the Emperor Shi sect. A fine bird chooses a good tree to nest in. Besides, we're not from Xingqian school to begin with. The group of disciples were all talking at once. You bastards, how dare you betray the sect? The few Hunyuan Xingqian school's grand elders trembled in anger. They pointed their fingers at them, especially the two innate deity kings. Jiu Qiao, Tianing, Xingqian school has never mistreated you. The faces of 9 orifices God King and Sky Shadow God King were somewhat gloomy. Elders, how can this be considered as betraying the sect? It's your Hunyuan Xingqian school that let them down first. Hunyuan Xingqian school no longer has any resources for them to cultivate. Now, even the realm of stars has been taken away by the monster emperor of the savage, desolate realm. Are you going to let them lose their future because of this? Heavenly Monarch Heaven Extreme stared coldly at the Hunyuan Xingqian school's grand elders. Furthermore, you have to understand that they have now joined our Emperor Shi sect. How dare you speak so rudely to the people of Emperor Shi sect? Who gave you the guts? Under the immense pressure, the grand elders felt as if they were hit by a heavy hammer. They spat out a mouthful of blood. They were already severely injured. The might of a great emperor was not something an ordinary deity king or deity emperor could compare to. The group of innate deities were slightly ashamed when they saw this scene. However, soon after, traces of indescribable joy appeared on their faces. They could finally be rid of Hunyuan Xingqian school. How impressive. roping in Hunyuan Xingqian School's disciples and injuring Hunyuan Xingqian School's grand elders. Emperor Shi Sek's methods are impressive. At this moment, a faint voice sounded from the void. In the void, a white-robed figure seemed to have walked out of time and space. Heavenly Monarch Heaven Extreme and Heavenly Monarch Heaven Extreme immediately turned around. The two great emperors were shocked. When did this figure appear? They did not have the slightest premonition beforehand. Didn't this mean that if this figure wanted to take their lives, it would be a piece of cake? Seeing this figure, the faces of the Hunyuan Xingqian School's grand elders flushed red. Greetings, Heavenly Monarch Heaven Extreme. Qin Feng only glanced at them before his gaze landed on Heavenly Monarch Heaven Extreme and Heavenly Monarch Heaven Extreme's faces. Heavenly Monarch Heaven Extreme and Heavenly Monarch Heaven Extreme flew into a rage, feeling greatly humiliated. The great emperor-level power of laws in their bodies boiled, as if time and space were about to collapse under these two powers. However, it was useless. Under his palm, the power of time and space swept out. The two great emperor-level power of laws was directly pressed back into their bodies. Their figures changed. In their shock and anger, they became younger little by little. The young man's figure shrank back into a teenager. He was 11 or 12 years old. Gradually, he became a 5 or 6-year-old child. Then, he became a naked baby. The two babies cried on the spot. She looked like she was carved out of jade and was very cute. However, the group of Hunyuan Xingqian School's disciples and grand elders were dumbfounded. Take them back, find 2 nannies, and raise them well. In the future, you can take them as disciples and make them your inheritors. Qin Feng glanced at the group of dumbfounded grand elders. As for this group of traitors, capture all of them, destroy their divinity, extract their god bones, take back everything the sect gave them, and send them down the mountain to fend for themselves. No, Heavenly Monarch, you can't do this to us. The group of traitors woke up from their daze, and their faces changed drastically. Extracting their god bones, stripping their divinity, crippling their cultivation, and watching the great world disappear before their eyes was crueler than killing them. The group of grand elders immediately woke up from their shock. They smiled sinisterly and bowed to Yuanshi, Heavenly Monarch. Then, they rushed towards the group of innate gods like wolves and tigers, suppressing the group of disciples. Imperial Emperor, please spare us this time. Let us live. No, Yuanshi, Heavenly Monarch, you can't do this to us. Aren't you afraid that you will disappoint the geniuses of the world? The group of disciples' faces turned ashen. Many of them begged, but there were also some who spoke harshly. Give up. How dare you betray the sect? No matter how much you beg, your fate is sealed. You traitors spit out everything the sect gave you. The Grand Elder's methods were swift and fierce. In a short time, the group of innate gods' cultivation were all crippled. If it weren't for the Heavenly Monarch and Heavenly Monarch being wary of the Heavenly Monarch, these traitors would have been skinned alive. A few of the Grand Elders were ruthless. When extracting their divinity, they directly injured the group of people's meridians and souls, causing them to be plagued with diseases for the rest of their lives. Most of them rushed towards the 2 infants. These 2 infants' divine souls were beaten back to the state of infants by Yuanshi, Heavenly Monarch's peerless divine arts. However, their bones were undeniably strong and could be reforged. They were the best inheritors. Some of the more sinister Grand Elders even planned to teach them a lesson to vent their hatred. Chapter 1454. The group of people dealt with the traitor. The 2 babies were taken care of by Elder Qing Di and another Elder Ji. The 2 of them were very happy. Although the souls of the 2 infants had been forcibly refined, their innate spirituality was astonishing, and they also had extremely powerful divine abilities. Being held in the arms of the 2 supreme elders, they were so happy that their little mouths kept smiling. Clan Master, have you broken through that level? The Grand Azure, The Arch-Elder looked at the white-robed young man as he played with the baby in his arms. Not only Elder Ching the Arch, but the other Star Lord Elders were also looking at him with burning eyes. In his eyes, there was still a trace of indescribable agitation. Heavenly Monarch Holy Spirit and Heavenly Monarch Tianji were not ordinary innate deity kings or innate deity emperors. They were heavenly monarchs. However, everyone knew that although the Linghai realm was about to level up, it had yet to level up. Thus, the legendary supreme overgod would not appear. Qin Feng did not change his expression and did not answer Elder Qing the Arch directly. He took a few steps and arrived at the Origin Star's main palace. Many of the elders hurriedly followed suit. After entering the palace, Qin Feng looked around and saw the second monarch's throne in the middle. Six Paths Great Monarch Wang Daoyi was sitting on the monarch's throne with a tired face. As if he sensed the movement, Six Paths Great Monarch opened his eyes and looked at Qin Feng. He was slightly startled, as if he was a little surprised, but then a smile that came from the depths of his heart appeared on his face. Qin Feng noticed that Wang Daoyi seemed to be tired from the bottom of his soul. "Junior Marshal Brother, you're out? Thank you for your hard work." Qin Feng knew what Wang Daoyi meant. Wang Daoyi stood up, his gaze landing on Qin Feng. After a moment of careful observation, he frowned. Wang Daoyi discovered that he could no longer see through this junior brother of his. 2 years ago, Wang Daoyi already knew that this junior brother of his was much stronger than him. But in these 2 years, he had already occupied the past, present, future, 3 lifetimes as one. However, he still couldn't see through Qin Feng. It seems that Junior Marshal Brother's strength has increased greatly. Congratulations. As he said that, he didn't think too much about it. The Master God realm was unreachable. Even if he had reincarnated 10 times and plotted bitterly, he had only reached where he was today. He was still very far away from becoming a Master God. Cough, cough. Suddenly, Six Paths coughed, and his face turned pale. Blood, chi, gushed out of his body and dyed his black warrior suit red. "Are you hurt?" Qin Feng's face changed, and he looked at Six Paths. Qin Feng sensed it, and his eyes flashed. Six Paths Emperor did not seem to be in a good situation. It was like there was a dragon-like sword air inside Six Paths Emperor's body. It was destroying Six Paths Emperor's mind and soul. It was going to destroy his soul. I met a powerful guy who called himself the Second Sword Ancestor. He wanted to take over the foundation of my Hunyuan Xingchen school, but I killed him. His sword chi was also powerful. Six Paths smiled wryly. The Second Sword Ancestor? Many of the Grand Elders' expressions changed. This was the ancient Sword Ancestor, who was even more powerful than the Third Sword Ancestor. They had never heard of Six Paths fighting the Second Sword Ancestor before. No wonder Six Paths had been in seclusion for the past few days. He had been severely injured. The Second Sword Ancestor was also known as the Destroyer Sword Ancestor. He had created his own Destroyer Sword skill, which was known as the Destroyer Sword skill. The Destroyer Sword Ancestor had become a true god. He was known as the Destroyer Sword God, and he had left the Spirit Sea realm in ancient times. In Han Sen's previous life, there had been no news of the Destroyer Sword God in the Golden Era. Obviously, the Destroyer Sword God had received news that the Spirit Sea realm was about to level up. He had returned to the Spirit Sea realm with the help of the God system behind him. The Destroyer Sword Chi had the power to destroy everything. It was no wonder Six Paths Emperor's injuries were getting worse and worse. "Let me help you." Qin Feng took a few steps closer. "It's useless." Six Paths Emperor shook his head and smiled bitterly. The might of the Apocalypse Sword technique was extremely strong, especially its destructive power. It could obliterate the body, obliterate the divine energy, obliterate the divine spark, and even the slightest bit of the true spirit could not withstand the will contained within the sword chi that could obliterate even the heavens and the earth. If it were not for the Netherworld Lord's space, he would not have lasted this long. Right now, the destructive sword chi had already intertwined with his soul. There was no distinction between him and the great destruction. Well, that did not belong to him was being reborn. It was the will of the destroyer sword god. He had been reborn from the destruction. He would use his body to complete a rebirth and take another step forward. Now, no one could save him. He had made up his mind. Even if he died, he would not allow the destroyer sword god to be reborn. But Six Paths' face quickly changed. It was a very interesting sight. A gentle force was emitted from one of Qin Feng's palms. As soon as the extremely gentle force entered his body, it entangled his divine body and was changing his body bit by bit. Under that force, the undying and indestructible sword chi of annihilation seemed to have melted into a spring breeze. The destroyer sword will seem to have met its nemesis. It melted little by little and turned into pure reincarnation godly power in his body. Half a month later, the Holy Spirit Great Emperor and the Celestial Extreme Emperor were suppressed. Many innate gods of the Xingqian school had their godly powers crippled and were expelled from the school. This news was like a pebble thrown into a calm lake. It caused 1,000 ripples. The Holy Spirit Great Emperor and the Celestial Extreme Emperor were defeated by the Yuanshi Emperor. They were even turned into babies. The Creation Sect, the Battle God Sect, the Emperor Shi Sect, the Eight Desolation Palace, the Tai Sect, the True Martial Hall. Many sects were shocked when they heard this news. How dare he suppress the emperors of the Emperor Shi Sect? Emperors, we must kill the Yuanshi Emperor this time. Only then can we intimidate the other sects. In the main hall of the Emperor Shi Sect, many godly kings and godly emperors were in an uproar. In the main hall, 4 great emperors sat on the main seats. The leader was the Creation Great Emperor, followed by the Thunder Great Emperor, the Fire Great Emperor, and the Tianxian Great Emperor. Among the 4 great emperors, other than the Creation Great Emperor who had broken through in this era, the other 3 came from the Emperor Shi continent where the Emperor Shi divine branch was located. The Emperor Shi continent was also one of the 33 upper realms. But like the Spirit Sea realm, it was a very young 33 upper realms. It only had 3 innate great Taos, and its foundation was not as good as the Spirit Sea realms. Part of the innate great Taos were incomplete and chaotic. The foundation of every huge divine system was a piece of the 33 heavens. Without a 33 heavens as the foundation, it was impossible to be called a real divine system. Chapter 1455. Every god system had at least one of the 33 upper realms as its foundation, which was the foundation of the god system. The Eastern Wilderness god system had the Eastern Wilderness as their foundation. In ancient times, Emperor Shi's divine branch had also found a huge upper realm of the 33 heavens to serve as the headquarters of the divine branch. On the other side, the Creation god system, the True Martial god system, the Eight Desolation god system, and even the former Star god system were in a more difficult situation. They were not as lucky as the Eastern Wilderness god system and the Emperor Shi god system. Now, the Creation god system, the True Martial god system, and the Eight Desolation god system shared a top-ranked 33 upper realms with other god systems that were born in the void. That continent was called the Shenwu continent. On the other side, the War God sect, Tai sect, Finshan Valley, Tianluo sect, Shenwu sect, Archaic 10 Paths, and the Dragon Clan all had their foundations in the Origin God realm. As one of the 33 upper realms, they were also divided into different levels. For example, the Spirit Sea realm, the Eastern Wilderness continent, and the Emperor Shi continent had just entered the 33 upper realms. The Shenwu continent, where the Creation God system, the True Martial God system, and the Eight Desolation God system are located, was slightly better. As for the Origin God realm, the Sovereign Immortal realm, the Immortal God continent, the Archaic continent, and other famous existences, they were all at the top of the pyramid of the 33 upper realms. However, if he could have the 33 heavens upper realm, which was exclusive to his own god system, he would undoubtedly have more freedom than other god systems. Just look at the Eastern Wilderness god system. The reason why the ancient era's Tao was because they had the Eastern Wasteland's 33 heavenly realms under their control. The ancient era's divine branch's strength had caught up with the creation divine branch, the war divine branch, and the true martial divine branch. Similar to the star god system, the divine might system, the Tai god system, and the burning sky god system had been surpassed and left far behind. Especially a few days ago, when an auxiliary master god, the master god of life, was born. Her strength had greatly increased. In the main hall of the Emperor Shi sect, elites and geniuses were gathered. There were also many kings and quasi-emperors from outside the domain who had arrived to help the Emperor Shi sect fight for the biggest cake in this great world. However, the most dazzling people in the main hall were the four great emperors. Each one was a future master god. In the hall, many people wanted to kill Yuanshi Emperor and Six Paths Emperor as a warning to others. I think some of you should calm down. Being able to suppress the Holy Spirit Emperor, the Celestial Extreme Emperor, and the Primeval Emperor, I'm afraid they aren't people we can easily deal with. A young-looking quasi-emperor with the body of a boy said faintly. As soon as his voice appeared, it immediately suppressed many voices. This time, the many kings and quasi-emperors all calmed down. To be able to enter the main hall, the experts present were definitely not brainless. Since the Holy Spirit Emperor and the Celestial Extreme Emperor could be sent to the Spirit Sea realm, they were definitely not ordinary emperors. To be able to make the Holy Spirit Emperor and the Celestial Extreme Emperor unable to escape, the Primeval Emperor was definitely not weaker than the Profound Sky Emperor, who was the strongest in the hall. Even if Emperor Shi's sect wanted to take down Yuanshi the Great, they would have to pay an unimaginable price. In fact, some of the four great martial monarchs had even died or suffered serious injuries as the price. The opportunity of the Great Path was about to appear. Was it worth it for the Imperial Shi sect to pay such a price? Heavenly Venerable Kanyuan, according to what you said, are we just going to let the primeval chaos Xingqian school ride on our heads? A quasi-emperor said coldly. Heavenly Venerable Kanyuan glanced at the many kings and quasi-emperors. His gaze met the Profound Sky Emperors for a brief moment before he looked away. Of course not. Putting aside the fact that the primeval chaos Xingqian school is located in the Marsh Divine region and has many resources, just the fact that he insulted our Emperor Shi sect is enough for him to be exterminated. A murderous glint flashed across Heavenly Venerable Tsinyuan's eyes, and his body emitted waves of coldness. Hearing this, many kings and quasi-emperors nodded inwardly. However, Heavenly Venerable Kanyuan changed the topic. However, this is a critical moment. The Spirit Sea realm is about to advance. Whoever can become the first chief god will have an absolute advantage. I personally feel that at this critical moment, it is not appropriate to make a move. If the emperors lose their cultivation, wouldn't we miss out on an opportunity for nothing? On the emperor's throne, the four emperors, the Fortune Emperor, the Thunder Emperor, the Distant Fire Emperor, and the Profound Sky Emperor, all had divine light flickering in their eyes. Heavenly Venerable Tsinyuan's words resonated with the four emperors. Heavenly Venerable Kanyuan had been secretly observing the expressions of the emperors. Seeing this, he became more confident, brimming with an extremely strong charisma. On the other hand, if one of the four emperors can master the great Tao precepts and become the first chief god, not to mention the primeval chaos Xingqian school, the entire Spirit Sea realm will be in the pocket of our Emperor Shi divine branch. Kanyuan believes that everyone should consider the big picture at this moment. The expressions of many kings and quasi-emperors changed slightly. They had to admit that Heavenly Venerable Tsinyuan's words were indeed reasonable. At this moment, it was indeed not appropriate to clash head-on with the primeval emperor. If other divine branches were to become the first chief god before them, Emperor Shi divine branch would have no power to turn the situation around in the Spirit Sea realm. Since no one has any objections, pass down the order. Tell the disciples not to provoke the primeval chaos Xingqian school for the time being. When the emperors in our sect succeed in their Tao, there will be a day when we will deal with them. Under the auxiliary seat, heavenly venerable two forms stood up and announced the decision. Primeval Divine Prefecture, Creation Sect, inside the Supreme Creation Hall. At the same time, several emperors were discussing. Several emperors made similar decisions as the Emperor Shi sect. War God Temple, 8 Wind Palace, True Martial Sect, Finchin Valley, 10 Ancient Paths, Ancient Spirit Realm, 5 Seas Dragon Tribe, many ancient families with emperor-level experts, and 800 unorthodox groups. Most of the forces had ceased their activities and were prepared not to provoke the primeval chaos Xingqian school for the time being. Becoming the first chief god of the Spirit Sea realm and assisting their divine branch in conquering the Spirit Sea continent was the top priority. As for the primeval emperor, once they conquered the Spirit Sea continent, they could crush him at any time. Many emperor-level experts fixed their gazes on the Spirit Sea realm that was about to advance. Once the Spirit Sea realm advanced, they would be the first to complete Tao unification. Earth Swamp Divine Prefecture, Flying Cloud Mountain. After dispelling the Second Sword Ancestors' terrifying undying sword intent for the Six Paths Emperor, Qin Feng learned about the changes in the Spirit Sea realm in the past 2 years. In the year that he had been away, the Spirit Sea realm had not changed much. However, in the second year, as if by prior agreement, all the emperors under their command had sent their emperor-level experts to the Spirit Sea realm. Most of these experts were experts born in the Spirit Sea realm during the Antiquity Age and the Primordial Age. There were even a few emperors from the Antiquity Age who had appeared. As soon as these emperor-level experts appeared, they broke the primeval chaos Xingqian school's dominance and turned it into a competition between many forces. Chapter 1456. As the original overlord of this era, Hunyuan Xingqian school monopolized all the resources and naturally, it became the target of all the celestial systems. Most importantly, Hunyuan Xingqian school had no celestial system behind it. First, it was the 3000 spirit domain. The sects that submitted to Hunyuan Xingqian school all stopped their tributes. Then, the realm of stars was destroyed by a few monster emperors from the wild, desolate realm. When Six Paths rushed to the realm of stars, he was ambushed by a few monarch-level experts and was severely injured. Then, a series of attacks hit him when he was down. Qin Feng's Dream Kingdom and Wang Daoi's Netherworld Kingdom were all divided among the major factions. Many of Hunyuan Xingqian school's monarchs disappeared without a trace. Even a few boundary monarchs were injured and could only hide in Feiyun Mountain. Then, with the appearance of the innate gods, the many celestial systems took this rare opportunity to divide the innate gods. In the Linghai realm, this was the first time so many innate gods appeared. There were even innate deity kings. These innate gods and deity kings could become true deities, deity kings, and deity emperors with just a little bit of cultivation. Then, the many celestial systems started to divide the innate gods. All kinds of benefits were given out. Then, there was the scene that Qin Feng saw when he returned. In fact, many of Hunyuan Xingqian school's true inheritors and inner disciples had already left the sect. These were the last batch of inner disciples and true inheritors of Hunyuan Xingqian school. In fact, other than the original true inheritors of Xingqian school, the other sects like Hunyuan sect, Sun Moon Sword sect, Tianliang sect, and other sect geniuses all rebelled. There are not many true inheritors left in Hunyuan Xingqian school, other than innate pure Yang deity king, innate North Underworld deity king, innate Tai E deity king, innate Heaven aspect deity king, Jialan deity king, He2 deity king, Fu Tian deity king, and a few others. Six Paths smiled wryly. Innate pure Yang deity king was Lu Chunyang, the cultivator who used the name Lu Yin and obtained pure Yang Daoist heritage. Innate North Underworld deity king was Yiding. Yiding had finally caught Saint Sun North Underworld, who had almost devoured him once. Now he had the complete innate Kuin Peng true spirit body. Jialan deity king, He2 deity king, and Fu Tian Deity King were three of Xian School's 12 true inheritors. Innate Tai Yi Deity King Shun Xiaomei and Innate Tian Xiang Deity King Guan Ruofei were the reincarnated Star Lords of Tai Yi and Tian Xiang Star respectively. On the Emperor's throne, Qin Feng was somewhat speechless. In the end, the primordial Chaos Star sect was only left with its original capital. He looked at His Highness. 3 half-Emperor's God. Was Hun's left? He was pale he. It was said that the Sea Dragon King had already left the Universe Star sect when the Dragon God system appeared. The 9th evil ancestor and the 3rd evil ancestor also left silently. Senior Martial Brother, what do we do next? Six Paths looked at Qin Feng. He was looking forward to the two of them taking back everything that belonged to Hunt's Xingqian school, especially the Dream Realm and the billions of underworld kingdoms. Currently, the Dreamland Kingdom was controlled by the illusory spirit Tao, Passion Tao, and Heartless Tao of the 10 immemorial Tao. Meanwhile, the outer regions of the Underworld Kingdom were divided between the evil spirit path, the Dragon Race, and some of the 72 mysterious sects. Let them spit out as much as they want. Qin Feng smiled. After all, we have nothing to lose. Six Paths looked at Qin Feng. Qin Feng was right. They shouldn't be worried about them. Instead, they should be worried about the god systems. Through the performance of the Emperor Shi sect and many other sects in the past half a month, Qin Feng more or less understood the concerns of those sects and the god systems behind them. Obviously, they were waiting for the Spirit Sea realm to complete its advancement. Then they would refine the entire Spirit Sea continent and deal with them. It was a pity that this plan was not going to work. With the birth of the Khanate Creation Great Path, Qin Feng was sure that it would be easy for him to refine the Creation Great Path. The first Master God would be none other than him, Qin Feng. However, Qin Feng's goal was not only to become the first over-god after the Spirit Sea realm's advancement, but also to become the ruler of the new 33 heavens. Once he refined the Trastrimsa realm, he could use it as the foundation for the new Spirit Sea god system. However, to do that, Qin Feng had to do one thing first. He had to become the ancient emperor of the Spirit Sea realm. Then, he could seek to become the ruler of the Spirit Sea realm, the celestial emperor of the Spirit Sea. In order to become the ancient emperor, he had to make Hunt's Xingqian school the overlord of this era. After pondering for a while, Qin Feng raised his head and his eyes flickered. Senior brother, I'll help you take back the billions of underworld kingdoms. Okay. Emperor Six Paths' face lit up. His foundation was the billions of underworld kingdoms. If he could take back the billions of underworld kingdoms, he would be qualified to become the reincarnation over God. The two figures came to an agreement. Under the gaze of the kings and boundary emperors of Hunt's Xingqian school, two streams of light flashed and disappeared. It was as if they had walked out of time and space. After Tao Yi, the great emperor of the Six Paths, had been injured, other than the Nether Lord God space in the center of the Nether Underworld, almost all of the underworld corresponding to the other spiritual realms have been occupied and divided up by other spiritual realms. It was as if countless feudal lords were fighting and devouring each other. Qin Feng did not enter the Nether over God space. That was where the foundation of Emperor Six Paths Tao Yi was located. Although they were brothers and sisters, no matter how close they were, they still had their own secrets and privacy. Qin Feng did not like to peep. Boom, boom, boom. As Emperor Six Paths regained control of the underworld lands, the power of the central Nether over God space began to sweep out. A power that caused the heavens to spin appeared. In an instant, it swept across the underworld lands and the surrounding spirit zones. Emperor Six Paths. With a few angry roars, the vast power of the Nether over God space drowned them. They were the underworld innate gods that were born in the other spirit zones or transformed into innate gods after birth. However, in front of Emperor Six Paths Tao Yi, they were nothing. Wang Daoyi had also transformed into an innate god body. And not just any innate god body, but the highest innate god king. The difference in strength was too great. The progress was extremely fast. Emperor Six Paths, who had recovered from his injuries, combined with the power of the Nether over God's space and the fact that he was the master of billions of underworld lands, he was able to reclaim them quickly. In the 3,000 spirit zones, some of the underworld lands occupied by the 72 mysterious sects were quickly reclaimed. However, these sects only occupied a small portion of the underworld lands. The largest portion was still in the hands of the evil spirit path, nether path, dragon race, and some of the 10 great sects. Chapter 1457. The evil spirit path was no pushover either. Seeing the Six Paths Emperor re-enter the creator space and begin to sweep through the 3,000 spirit realms underworld, 3 ancient emperors immediately appeared and attacked him. They were the 3 ancient emperors of the evil spirit path. One cultivated the law of shadow, one cultivated the law of soul, and the last cultivated the law of underworld. They were all very powerful. They could control the spirit realm's underworld with ease and had many underworld gods under their command. Six Paths Emperor was very strong. Even when the 3 evil spirit emperors attacked him together, he was still able to suppress them. But it would take a long time for him to win. The spirit sea realm was about to level up. Qin Feng would not allow any delay. Taking out the battle god sword, he locked onto the 3 ancient evil spirit great emperors in the underworld occupied by the evil spirit path and slashed out. Rumble. A shocking sword chi broke through the underworld that had not seen the light of day for 10,000 years and slashed the 3 emperors of the evil spirit path. Primeval Emperor. Accompanied by 3 earth-shattering roars of pain, the many kings, boundary emperors, and emperors who had been quietly watching the battle were all shocked. In the distance, the divine bodies of the 3 emperors of the evil spirit path were cut into pieces like tofu. Their divine bodies exploded, and they did not even dare to say anything and hurriedly fled. Many emperors felt their scalps go numb. The primeval emperor is indeed the most terrifying existence among the emperors. 3 ancient emperors were easily injured by him. With such strength, he is probably only half a step away from the law of convergence. Some of the primeval emperors were fearful. He could kill ordinary emperors like a dog. Even the great emperor of the eastern wilderness was no match for him. As for the chief god, many emperors did not dare to think about it. It was impossible. He is probably comparable to the emperors of the south, west, north, central, and 4 wilderness. If the spirit sea realm had not suddenly leveled up in this era, I'm afraid all the experts of this era would have been reduced to his background. When the many sovereigns and quasi-emperors saw this scene, even their spiritual souls trembled. An emperor, the one who was injured, was not an ordinary god. The emperor was the emperor of all gods, the emperor of all gods. Only one out of millions of gods could be born. The murderous intent of many god systems intensified. Such a terrifying existence must not be allowed to become the second Eastern Wilderness Master God. The 3 evil spirit path great emperors fled. Six Paths was overjoyed. He quickly used the Nether God Lord's space to sweep away the evil spirit path's territory. At the same time, the territories belonging to the immemorial underworld path, the Dragon Tribe, the 72 mysterious gates, the Celestial Spirit sect, the Creation sect, the Emperor Shi sect, and the 8 Wind Palace were all exposed. Spit it all out. Six Paths Emperor's face looked cold. He used Netherworld Master God's limited space to head toward the northern underworld, which was controlled by ancient Netherworld path. Primeval Emperor, Six Paths Emperor, I suggest you don't cross the line. You can eat the meat, but the others should at least drink the soup. Overdoing it will not end well. In the northern underworld, a terrifying and majestic figure vaguely appeared. You could eat the meat and drink the soup, but if you want to eat my meat, you are daydreaming. In the nether space, Six Paths Emperor's face was cold. A dark light swept across the northern underworld. In the light, the many gods in the northern underworld swept across the 6 paths of reincarnation. The light hit a huge black figure, and the huge black figure instantly disappeared. Postnatal reincarnation law. Qin Feng's eyes flashed. He originally thought that Six Paths Emperor Dao he was going to elevate the netherworld reincarnation law to the innate life and death law. But now, it seemed that Six Paths Emperor did not do so. Instead, he was going to directly control the postnatal reincarnation law. Then, Qin Feng understood. Six Paths Emperor might have realized that the spiritual ocean realm would not give birth to the innate life and death law in a short period of time. That was why he went for the next best thing. Six Paths of Reincarnation Law. Many of the imperial emperors knew what it was, and their faces turned serious. Six Paths of Reincarnation Law was a legendary divine skill that was above the reincarnation law. It belonged to the overgods. Wang Daoyi had walked very far on the reincarnation law. It was obvious that Six Paths Emperor was not as strong as Yuanshi Emperor, but he was far stronger than the average imperial emperor. He was comparable to the imperial emperors that some god systems had trained. What a talent! Many of the master gods behind the god systems also saw this scene. While they were secretly surprised, they also felt that it was a pity. If Yuanshi Emperor and Six Paths Emperor were born in their god systems, their god systems would be able to become much stronger in a short period of time. But if they were born in the origin Xingqian school, there was only one outcome. They had to die. The spiritual ocean continent was already considered a forbidden land by many god systems. The others had no background, and if they did not submit, they would die. The more talented they were, the more they could not be allowed to live. After integrating the northern underworld, where the ancient underworld path was located, only the eastern underworld, which was occupied by a few large sects, and the eastern underworld, which was occupied by the dragon kind, remained. The large sects reacted quickly and quickly returned a portion of the underworld that they had occupied. The few large sects knew very well that the primordial Chaos Star sect had nothing to lose. They did not want to fight the origin Xingqian school head-on. They would settle the score after the spiritual ocean realm leveled up. But the dragon race was not kind. The dragon race of the five seas occupied a large portion of the underworld. In the eastern underworld of the spiritual ocean continent, there were countless lightning bolts circling around. 7 or 8 powerful dragon emperors could be vaguely seen, staring at Qin Feng, Wang Daoyi, and the others with sharp eyes. After Six Paths, Emperor Daoyi gathered the underworld of the ancient Nether Path, and the other sects, he smiled bitterly as he looked at the eastern underworld that was vaguely rising. Junior brother, I'm afraid that the dragon race of the five seas will need your help. Qin Feng looked at the sky above the eastern underworld of the spiritual ocean realm. He looked at the boundless thunderclouds and the many divine dragons with a faint smile. Don't worry, senior brother. Let me make this trip for you. With one step, Qin Feng seemed to have passed through time and appeared above the boundless sea. Waves surged beneath his feet. The dragon race of the five seas had been very powerful since the primordial age. In the primordial age, they had even come ashore and ruled the spirit sea. If not for the appearance of the last of the primordial emperors, the entire spirit sea might have become the dragon race's slaves. Ever since the dragon race was defeated in the primordial age, they were divided into the dragon race of the five seas, the East Sea, the West Sea, the North Sea, the South Sea, and the Endless Sea. There were also other branches that entered the various water systems of the spiritual ocean continent and became the Dragon Kings. The entire dragon race was divided into countless parts and weakened as a whole. Chapter 1458. During the Primordial Age, and many other eras, the dragon race seemed to have fallen silent and was on the decline. However, some major factions knew that the dragon race had been hiding in the abyss and had only been hiding all these years. The dragon race of the five seas seemed to be divided into countless factions, but there was only one dragon god system behind them. If the dragon god system gave the order to unify them, there would definitely be a supergiant in a short period of time. No one knew how terrifying it was. However, Qin Feng's expression showed no signs of fear. Beneath his feet, Qin Feng looked at the 7 or 8 majestic dragon shadows above the ocean. Dragon Emperors, can you give up the Eastern Netherlands for my sake? I will definitely repay you in the future. Using peaceful means before resorting to force, Qin Feng cupped his hands slightly. Primeval Heavenly Emperor, you can't even protect yourself now, and you still dare to provoke the dragon race of the 5 seas? Today, not only you, but anyone else's face is useless. In the void, the faint roar of a heavenly dragon sounded like it was from the primordial age. Leave the East Sea. You are not welcome here. Apart from the dragon race, no one can touch the Eastern Netherlands. Boom! A huge lightning bolt struck down from the dark clouds above. Several huge dragon bodies were reflected, as if they covered the sky. Not giving me face. Qin Feng shook his head and took out the divine war sword. Myriad Dragon's world-refining technique. The moment Qin Feng took out the divine war sword, the 8 powerful dragon emperors took the initiative to attack. Terrifying dragon roars reverberated throughout the universe, following the roars of the 8 dragon emperors. The boundless East Sea turned into a huge cage. Divine dragons formed by light appeared, and there seemed to be an innate divine pattern in the center of each dragon. It was a huge dragon character. 10,000 divine dragons appeared, as if the space above the East Sea was sealed and refined by 10,000 divine dragons. It's the dragon race's supreme technique, Myriad Dragon's world-refining technique. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes and sneered. This was an over-god-level divine technique derived from the Khanate creation Tao. It was of the same level as the creation Tao he created. It was a super-divine technique that could threaten an over-god. Ordinary divine kingdoms could be easily refined by this divine technique. Prepare to attack. At this moment, the ancient emperors of the 72 mysterious sects revealed their killing intent. They were not truly retreating. They were only here for the hidden dragon killer move. With the 8 ancient dragon emperors working together to cast the 10,000 dragons world-refining technique, many immortal emperors believed that no matter how strong the primeval immortal emperor was, he would fall or at least be severely injured. Many emperor-level experts had prepared their killer moves. Once the primordial emperor lord was heavily injured, they would join forces and kill him. Qin Feng sensed a layer of murderous intent in heaven and earth. The corners of his mouth curled up into a sneer. Under the incredulous gazes of many emperor-level experts, his hands actually formed ancient seals like the 8 ancient dragon emperors. 10,000 dragons world-refining technique. As a Tao ancestor, especially a Tao ancestor of the innate great Tao of creation, Qin Feng's primordial spirit comprehended most of the essence of this super divine skill in an instant when the 8 dragon emperors of the dragon clan performed the skill. Furthermore, by combining the profundities of his own Tao ancestor, he had raised it to a whole new level. When Shao Chun executed it, it was even more orthodox and vast than the orthodox dragon emperors. Roar! An extremely terrifying ancestral dragon aura erupted from his body, turning into numerous 9-clawed black dragons. There were also tens of thousands of divine dragons. No, this is impossible. The 8 dragon emperors roared at the same time, unable to believe their eyes. Under the vast divine light, the 10,000 dragons world refining technique that the 8 dragon emperors released together was refined without any resistance. Then, the huge black light turned into a huge black dragon, swallowing the 8 pale-faced dragon emperors in the void along with 10,000 miles of space-time. How does he know the 10,000 dragons world refining technique? Isn't it a secret of the dragon clan? Many emperor-level experts looked at this scene in a daze. They could tell that not only did the primordial emperor know the 10,000 dragons world refining technique, but it also looked more orthodox, majestic, and domineering than the dragon clan of the EC. It was even more powerful. The aura of an ancestral dragon. Outside the spirit sea realm, the three overgods of the dragon clan were shocked. They could clearly see the pure aura of the ancestral dragon that rose from the primeval emperor's body when he used the myriad dragon's world refining technique. That aura suppressed many dragons from the source. If not for that, the 10,000 dragons world refining technique of the 8 dragon emperors would not have been refined so easily. Chaos Holy Dragon Seal. A secret technique appeared in Qin Feng's mind. It was a supreme secret technique of the Dragon Clan that appeared after the 9th level of the Chaos Holy Dragon portrait, De Shang. In the void, the terrifying black dragon turned into 8 Chaos Holy Dragons. They roared and landed on the 8 Dragon Emperors. Then, countless great Tao nomological runes appeared, turning into chains and entering the 8 Dragon Emperors' bodies. He sealed the 8 Dragon Emperors in one go. He casually captured the 8 Dragon Emperors and sealed them in the Overgod space. Qin Feng looked at the depths of the East Sea and said calmly, "I believe no one will refuse to be subdued." His gaze seemed to penetrate the East Sea Dragon Palace in the deep sea. In the depths of the East Sea, several pairs of eyes were filled with rage. Rumble. Huge waves rose on the surface of the river. Countless Sage Realm islands were like small boats on the surface of the sea under this wave of anger. However, no matter what, no more Dragon Emperors appeared. It wasn't just the Dragon Emperors. The many emperors in the 72 mysterious sects were also shocked. The 8 Dragon Emperors of the Dragon Clan were not ordinary emperors. Each of them had at least one incarnation of the past, present, and future. Especially the 2-3 lives / their strength was close to peak emperor level. Even the 2 peak emperors were easily suppressed. This kind of power was simply too terrifying. Such an existence has at least reached the height of the ancient Son of Heaven. An overlord of such an era is truly amazing. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of the past were nothing more than this. This primordial emperor can be said to be the top of the world. If not for the fact that the Spirit Sea continent is about to advance, all the experts of this era would probably be holding their breaths. The lords of the various god systems couldn't help but exclaim, but more of them felt chill. There were already enough lords in this world. It was better for such a peerless genius to die as soon as possible. It wasn't just the many lords in the outer realm. At this moment, the 72 mysterious sects, the 10 primordial paths, the 800 unorthodox groups, many awakened primordial antiques, and ancient experts had all lost their voices. It was undeniable that this primordial emperor was extremely talented. He could be said to be the current generation of Gaia. Unfortunately, the tallest tree in the forest would be destroyed by the wind. Such a powerful primordial emperor would definitely become the target of public criticism soon. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.